Hi all, we're seeing our numbers jump as people are coming on. So we're just going to give 1 or 2 minutes just to make sure everybody's on and in a good, comfortable spot. So just give us a little bit of time here. We won't start later than 5 after the hour. Hi, everyone. We've had a good number of people joining even over the last 60 seconds. So we'll probably give 1 more minute to give an opportunity for others to join and get settled. And then we'll kick off for the day. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get us kicked off. So good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. Welcome back for those that attended our workshop yesterday, and welcome for those who are attending today. My name is Courtney Haynes, and I lead stakeholder engagement for this program, Energy Improvements in Rural or Remote Areas. Yesterday's workshop provided an opportunity for our OCED team across program management, design, and portfolio strategy and stakeholder engagement to highlight and inform participants about the Energy Improvements in Rural and Remote Areas $1 billion program. As iterated in yesterday's workshop, we are in the learning and design phase for this provision. The current objective and immediate priority is to hear from all of you. So many are participating in this workshop today, and we held 2 in person as well. We're looking to understand your expertise, your energy projects, maybe the challenges, the opportunities, and more, so that we get a better sense of those realities to design a program that meets the needs of rural remote communities across the U.S. We did receive many questions yesterday, several hundred in fact, and we were able to answer some directly, while some we just don't know the answer yet. So that cadence will probably continue today. And again, the call to action is submission of response to the request for information so that you can share more with us both throughout today's session so that we can continue to learn from you all and with the RFI. Before we review the agenda and kick off the first panel with our experts, I would like to reintroduce for those that attended yesterday and introduce for the first time Jess Townsend, again at NREL, who is our technical lead. And she's going to review some housekeeping information. And also, given today, it's going to be different than yesterday. We're hearing from experts. It's more external. And we're also going to be utilizing a polling feature to hear from you all with a set of questions that's going to happen 2 times today. This polling ability will allow us to see results in real time. So we're going to start off with some icebreaker questions, and Jess is going to walk us through that just so that we have a little bit of chance to understand what that looks for and have you all practice that. So Jess, hello, can you walk us through?
Thank you so much, Courtney. Yep. All right, I'm going to review a few quick housekeeping items. This will be repetitive for anyone that was here yesterday, but first, this meeting is being recorded and the webinar recording and the deck will be posted to the OCED website after the webinar. That link is shown on the screen here for you currently. So energy.gov/OCED, OCED. Otherwise, this is a webinar format just like yesterday, so be aware that your microphone and camera are disabled, so no need to worry if you accidentally come on camera or unmute, you actually aren't able to do that. So if you have a question, please submit it via the Q&A panel, which you can access at the bottom of your screen. If it's not appearing for you, simply move your cursor to the bottom edge of your screen and it should pop right up. Again, your host will do their best to answer as many questions as possible during today's event, but might not get to them all, as Courtney mentioned earlier. All right. And again, today's workshop is meant to be interactive. We'll be gathering your valued thoughts and input via a real-time poll. To get us primed for real-time feedback later on in the session, I'm going to ask you all to log into Poll Everywhere, which is our polling platform right now, and keep it up either in another window on your computer or in a browser on your phone or via text on your phone, so you can answer questions as they come up in the workshop. So go ahead and navigate to pollev.com/NREL webinars 303 in your browser, or you can text NREL webinars 303 to 22333. As you pull up Poll Everywhere, the first prompt you're going to see is asking for your name. We'd love for you to share names as you log in, but if you're uncomfortable, if you prefer anonymity, that's completely okay too. Simply leave that name field blank and hit continue. Regardless of whether or not you submit a name, no names will show up in the results that are going to be displayed publicly. All of those comments are anonymous, so no need to worry that your answers will be attributed to you in real time. All right, and if anyone has any trouble accessing Poll Everywhere, you can submit a question via the Q&A panel and I'll help you troubleshoot. We will be revisiting these instructions every single time we pull up the poll, so not to worry if it takes you a minute to get it all set up. All right, and while you guys are getting that set, I'm going to dive into a couple of icebreaker polling questions, so just so we can test out that functionality. All right. And you should see the first question live right now on your Poll EV browser. Let us know what community you're representing so we can all see the diverse group we have in attendance today. Oh, wow. Lots of responses. That's great.
This is great to see.
Yeah.
I have about 232 people on, so getting some in. We've got some representation here in Alaska. Got even some in Hawaii, California.
Lots of Colorado. It's great to see.
The East. Yeah. It's populating in. Got some folks down in Texas. Kentucky. Kentucky is where I was born. West Virginia is where I was raised. So again, love to see that representation. Got a lot in New England. Thank you. All
right. Thanks so much again for all these results. Feel free to keep your answers coming. I am going to move us to the next icebreaker question. And so your poll screen will automatically change over for you. All right. Second question is, what type of organization are you representing today? Again, you should see this poll live in your Poll Everywhere browser, along with a list of organization options. Feel free to select all the options that apply to you today. Great, lots of utility representation today. A lot of project developers, owners.
That's great.
All right, looks like our responses are going to start to slow down. So I will move us to our third and final icebreaker.
And just as you do that, just looking at this and seeing, we're doing really good with utility and developers, professional services, but we're also missing some groups. And so really the point of these workshops and ongoing engagement is really to connect with a bunch of different stakeholders who represent individuals in these communities. So if you are here today and know of folks maybe in labor, for example, that you believe could contribute to the development of this program or would be interested to learn about it, please do share that information. So kind of pleasant request to amplify this potential just to make sure that we get the right voices here in this learning and design process.
All right, move us to our third and final icebreaker question. This one is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a word cloud. And the third question is, what type of rural or remote community do you live and or work in? Again, this question should be live on your Poll Everywhere screen. And this is a word cloud, so we ask that you just limit your response to 5 words or less if possible. All right, starting to see those responses come in.
And if you're looking at the word cloud in real time, if you're not familiar, the more responses that we have that are similar, the bigger it will get. So you can kind of look at it, and maybe if that's you and resonates, you can type that in. Got a lot of tribal, farming.
Lots of Appalachia representation here today.
I see the coal. Poverty, beautiful. I love that shout out, diverse. Fish, tourism. I love this. This just might become the icon for this program, this word cloud over time. It's truly wonderful to see the diversity and just how we all connect with rural remote.
This is great. All right, well, I can keep this question open, so please do keep those responses coming in. And otherwise, I can move us on to the agenda, Courtney, and pass the mic back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jess. And good job, everyone. As someone who is not technical when I'm on webinars and there's new tools, you have that little bit of like, can I do it? But it looks like you all are better than me and easily figured that out. So thank you so much for participating. And we're going to have 2 sessions that are similar, but we're going to get right into aligned questions for this program that really glean your expertise and your feedback. So this is a peek at the agenda today. While yesterday, as I mentioned, was hearing from the OCED team, today is about hearing from you, from the field. So our sessions today will go till about 3 p.m. Mountain Time, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And as we saw from that map, we have people in different time zones. Don't worry, we understand how hard it is to sit all day on Zoom. I know we've all been doing that for quite some time. So we have embedded many breaks throughout the day. So you can get up, stretch your legs, get a snack, also do lunch. We'll have a 30-minute break for that. And we hope that each panel session sparks some inspiration or possible alignment in your experience and informs you of other experiences that may just completely differ from your own. Then we'll move in, as I said, to the polling questions and discussions that will be facilitated by our great lab staff. And then we'll go back to a panel followed by another polling session. And then we'll close out today with some resources and next steps. So like yesterday, please submit questions, either technical or programmatic, through that Q&A feature at the bottom. We'll try to get to these questions if we can, and especially if we have the answer now, and also do our best to answer some live. So if you have some questions maybe for the panelists, we have someone that will queue those for the moderators if we can get to them. We're also going to document these questions. Kind of great feature of Zoom is we can take all these questions and have them for reference. And we will be producing an FAQ document. And our intention is to get answers to your questions and then post that on the website. And we'll share that with you via email when it is posted. Next slide, Jess. So more information on the RFI here, and I apologize, but also this is kind of one of the key objectives of these workshops, because you're going to hear us say this just over and over again, the value and importance and the significance of this RFI. You can use the shortened link here to access. We are taking written submissions to the questions and also oral submissions to these questions. The due date is November 28th. And again, we're looking for a variety of stakeholder input. So next slide. I've talked enough this morning, and I'm sure you want to get on with the show. Therefore, I'm going to introduce our moderator for the Clean Energy Panel, Jed Jorgensen, who's an advisor with the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. Before that, Jed served as Director of Energy Solutions with the Farmers Conservation Alliance. And before that was Senior Program Manager at the Energy Trust of Oregon, but he's had many other positions across energy-related institutions throughout his career. Jed has also been invaluable in thinking about this program from the beginning and informing the design of these workshops. So Jed, I welcome you and your panelists, whom you'll introduce, to come off video and mute.
Thank you, Courtney. I appreciate the introduction. So this first panel that we're going to have today is going to be exploring clean energy case studies, developments, opportunities, and challenges in rural communities. And I'm going to introduce the folks that we've got with me here today, Angela, Mark, and Kevin, in a second. And my goal as the moderator of this panel is really to support these folks in telling the stories of their work, what their organization's goals are, and how they think that this new program could be best designed to support and facilitate the on-the-ground energy improvement needs and opportunities that they see in rural or remote areas. And as Courtney was saying, my goal for all of you who are participating today is that this can spark your own thoughts in terms of what the program designs are and the structures that this program could take are, such that it can support your goals and the projects that you want to see in your communities as well, and that can inform those RFI responses or the questions you're asking today or the polling responses that you're giving today as well. So Mark, Angela, and Kevin, feel free to come off of mute and make yourselves seen here. I'm going to do a quick introduction for each of you, and then I'm going to kind of jump into the first question here. So Angela Strickland, I'm happy to have her here. She's the Senior Vice President of Business and Technology Strategies for the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. That's a national trade association representing nearly 900 local electric cooperatives. Her work helps electric cooperatives to operate, optimize, and transform their systems. Angela has more than 25 years of experience in the energy industry, working on advanced energy roadmaps, sustainability, and electric transportation strategy most recently. Kevin Schulte is the co-founder and CEO of Green Spark Solar. He's been recognized locally, statewide, and nationally for his contributions to the growth of distributed solar and wind industries, and he regularly advocates on behalf of small and mid-sized solar and wind businesses. And then Mark Walter is the Senior Director of Legislative and Regulatory Affairs for Savignon, a utility-scale solar and energy storage development company based in Kansas City. Mark has spent the past decade in the solar industry, starting as a rooftop solar installer in the Pacific Northwest, where I'm located, and has been advocating for clean energy policy for the past 7 years. So these are just very brief introductions. All of these folks have very significant experience in the energy industry, and I welcome their additional introductions of themselves in this first question that we're going to ask, and they'll be drawing on that experience in all of these questions. So I'd just try to reiterate for everyone on the panel, please try to limit your answers to each question to no more than 3 to 4 minutes so that we don't bore the folks that are listening in here. And we'll start with this. So please feel free to continue introducing yourself and give an overview of your organization and your work as it relates to this program. So what kinds of projects do you work on or are you aware of that you think would be the right fit for this program to support, and why? What are the energy improvement needs that you're seeing? How big are the kinds of projects from a cost or electric capacity perspective? What kinds of benefits are you seeing? And we'll start with Angela, we'll go to Kevin, and then we'll go to Mark.
All right. Thank you, Jed. And good afternoon or good morning, everyone. It's great to be here today. That's a lot of questions to answer in 3 to 4 minutes, but I'll try to go fast. Just a quick additional background on me. As Jed said, I've worked many years in the energy industry, starting as an intern with Tennessee Valley Authority. I then worked for some investor-owned utilities, consulting firms, and I've joined NRECA about 6 months ago. So I'm thrilled to be part of the NRECA team and also here with you today. So as Jed mentioned, NRECA is a national trade association supporting nearly 900 distribution and G&T, generation and transmission members that serve over 42 million Americans and half of the nation's landmass. Cooperatives, if you're not familiar, are community-focused, locally owned and governed organizations that work to deliver affordable and reliable electricity to their members. NRECA also leads or participates in research projects funded by DOE and other government entities, along with members and other partner organizations. And this could include things like deploying energy assets, creating models or other tools to help members, and disseminating information on member experiences to others to share lessons learned and best practices and to help improve that replicability. I do have a map, I think, if we're able to pull those up. Jed, I'm not sure if we're able, or just to get those up. Awesome, thank you. I did want to just briefly show that the cooperatives have significant overlay of the Justice 40 map of disadvantaged tracts that you can see here. Sort of the dark orange-ish color is a co-op presence in one of the Justice 40 map locations. So you can see we have a pretty extensive coverage across those tracks. And then the second map, if you could go to the next one, please. Thank you. And this just shows the overlay with the rural or remote areas as defined in the bipartisan infrastructure law. So again, you can see there's a significant amount of overlap here. We serve about 92% of the nation's persistent poverty counties, which are those with long-term poverty rates of 20% or above. So we think that this is a tremendous opportunity to support those communities. So we think cooperatives can use some of this funding to accelerate deployment of innovative energy technologies to these underserved communities. Some of the projects, sort of current and past, we've worked on that are similar or that could be potentially included in the ERA program would be various types of renewable generation, energy efficiency, microgrids, other grid upgrades or smart grid demonstrations such as AMI. We've participated in Sunday, the solar utility network deployment acceleration, as well as Access, which is achieving cooperative community equitable solar sources. So a number of initiatives that are either completed or in the works now, and we would look to continue some of those and building upon that, perhaps into more battery storage, EV infrastructure, energy efficiency, and other programs. And I think some of the benefits, of course, could include economic development and job creation, more resilient energy supply, and potentially technology to help give consumers more information about how they're using energy and maybe the ability to have some control over that through innovative rate designs or programs. So I may have gone a little over my time, but those are some initial remarks. Thank you, Jed.
That was great, Angela. Thank you. Kevin, do you want to take a stab at that same question?
And Jed, it looks like we've lost Kevin for just a moment. He should be dialing back shortly if you want to keep us moving.
Thanks, Jess. Mark, how about we jump over to you?
All right. Thanks, Jed. And it's good to get your background, Angela. As a member of a rural cooperative myself, I really appreciate the work that you guys put in. So I'm Mark Walter. I handle legislative and regulatory affairs for Savion, which is a utility scale solar and energy storage development company. We have a large portfolio of projects that represent over 23 gigawatts of potential renewable and storage investment across the country. We were recently purchased in December by Shell New Energies, so we are excited about the future, excited about the growth of renewables across the country. To answer your question, Jed, I mean, generally speaking, nearly 100% of our projects are going to be in rural areas, and a significant portion of those are in areas with populations of fewer than 10,000 people. Our projects are generally speaking going to be on the transmission system and are going to be supporting reliability, resiliency, especially projects that have storage associated with them are going to be helping to ensure that if there is a grid disruption, that they can help these communities stay online, that they can help the grid remain resilient during a number of challenges that we're increasingly seeing across the country. On top of that, you know, we see our projects as strong partners with local communities. We help with increased tax bases, which goes to support schools, local community efforts of a number of different kinds, law enforcement, roadway build out. So we are going to be in these communities as a project entity for 30, 40, maybe 50 years. And as such, we really try strongly to become part of the community's fabric, support the community in more than just an energy perspective. And in certain communities, we really try to actively participate in helping people relieve the energy burden. We've got great pilot projects where we have supported the build out of rooftop solar for landowners that may be close to the project that maybe don't directly participate in the energy sale, right? Because we're going to be on the transmission system, we're going to be on the wholesale grid, but we're doing lots of different things to try to make sure that people feel like the projects that we're building, the renewable energy build out broadly is not overlooking anybody, any member of the community. It's not just going to be flying in and using land that otherwise people would be using for agriculture or for, you know, brownfield redevelopment. But we really do want people to feel like they're partners with our projects. And that's one of the bigger challenges that we're seeing as we build out across the United States, is ensuring that we have local buy-in, ensuring that we can make people feel like they're part of the energy transition in the rural and remote areas. So excited to talk more about this, Jed, excited to hear what other folks have to say. And thank you so much for letting me be part of this.
Thank you both. Excuse me. Sounds like Kevin might be trying to rejoin us here shortly, but in the time while he's still absent, I guess what I would maybe editorialize and add for a slightly, you know, different or additional perspective. You know, my background prior to coming over to Pacific Northwest National Lab, as Courtney said, was working a lot with farming communities here in Oregon and the Pacific Northwest. And prior to that was working with a renewable energy grant program in Oregon. And in that work, I worked with a lot of smaller communities that maybe have a slightly different flavor of projects, slightly smaller projects where they're working directly trying to solve a problem that they may have from a reliability standpoint, or to take advantage of an opportunity where they've got an energy resource that hasn't been able to be developed in the past. And so my roles were really to try to support folks moving through those project development processes at much smaller scales, usually less than 5 megawatts, oftentimes in the hundreds of kilowatts or even less, where even though those projects might not have a significant impact from an overall grid perspective, they could have a really significant impact for local reliability or for creating a new revenue stream within a community that could address high energy costs or something like that. So we're going to move on now. And when Kevin comes back, hopefully he'll be able to introduce himself. but I wanted to just give that flavor there. So the second question I'd love you guys to respond to is kind of thinking about and recognizing that you work on and support, really, in your case, Angela, different kinds of projects at very different scales. What kinds of technical support or funding or capacity building resources have you seen a need for in working with communities on energy projects? And why don't we start with you, Angela?
Great, thank you, Jed. So again, there's, as you mentioned, we do have a wide variety of different members, from very small to just a few employees to much larger systems and cooperatives. So there's, in some cases, there's not really a one size fits all solution. However, there are some components and things that we think can be replicable across numerous projects. So in the past and present, NRECA has really partnered with and utilized the expertise of the national labs, for example, for technical assistance, especially when it's on newer technologies like battery storage or microgrids. And then we also have partnered with universities and community colleges and other institutions that can provide expertise to co-ops and also the communities in the areas in which they serve. And so those have been really important to have those advisors as we're working in specific communities. As I mentioned, some of the cooperatives, they might have less than 10 employees, and they wear very many hats, and they're very active in their communities. And so I think sometimes some just fundamental technical support or assistance around the planning process, sort of understanding their current system, what needs they have, and what technologies or solutions could potentially make the most sense for that community. Looking at and identifying critical infrastructure and critical loads that community serves, and then also identifying where they might be vulnerable to natural hazards such as wildfires or flooding or other things. And then, of course, workforce development is such a critical role here. And again, that's where we think sort of partnering with the educational institutions is really important in initiatives like this. And then also, making sure to connect to ensure that we can incentivize this modern energy technology into these more rural communities. So we may need to connect with other state or local or philanthropic partners that can help make these projects become a reality as well.
That's great. Thank you, Angela. Kevin, you're back. So glad you were able to rejoin us. Only thing you've missed thus far is an opportunity to introduce yourself a little bit further and maybe talk about the kinds of projects that you work on and that you think would be the right fit for this program, thinking about that in terms of the scale and the kinds of benefits of those projects.
Sure. So I was able to listen to most of what everyone said, Mark. In difference to what Mark does at the utility scale, we are a distributed scale renewable energy developer primarily focused in New York, but more broadly developing projects across the northeastern United States. Right now, we are primarily deploying solar and storage. About 50% of the projects that we work on at this time are dedicated to low and moderate income offtake, working both with multifamily housing in rural settings and then both the single family and multifamily housing in urban settings, which is less applicable here. But so, when we develop projects, typically our projects range from about 50 kilowatts in size up to 7.5 megawatts, and that's based on the rules up here in the Northeast. But our typical project size in the sort of 3 to 5 megawatt range, carries with it benefits not just to the off takers that we're working with, so lowering the cost of low income families, low and moderate income families, tax revenue associated with projects to the community, the county, and the school district. The benefits, typical 5 megawatt solar construction carries about 100 in-service jobs for a period of about 6 months. So you get all of the revenue associated with them living in the town, eating at restaurants, things of those nature. So, and then lastly, I would say as a developer, one of the things we're very different about is we've been really deliberate in working with our ag, typically with our farm partners, and making sure we use their least developable, or sorry, their least food-bearing land in order to use it for solar development, where there's a large conversation going on in New York State about avoiding the use of prime soils and solar. And so we typically avoid that by going to wetlands and other parts of farm properties that are really able to take the most benefit out of partnering with us and keep as much land and food production as possible. So thank you for having me here today. That's the basis of what we work on at GreenSpark. We're always expanding. We're doing a lot of battery storage and stuff now for grid resiliency, and so that's sort of additive to the solar pieces, as the very rural grids here in New York State are extremely unstable and need that help. So
thank you, Kevin. And maybe just before we jump over to Mark to answer this kind of second question, we can get you to weigh in on this too. Thinking about those projects that you work on and support, what are the kinds of technical support or capacity building resources that you've seen a need for within those communities that you're working, that this program might be able to help with?
So we have I think fundamentally what we're seeing right now is that you have a load disbursement problem as you get further onto rural grid networks that are causing, if I'm able to create a benefit to a multifamily housing operation in rural America, and we lose all of that benefit because the grid is so unstable at the potential point of interconnection, then we have a real problem where all that value is usurped, right? And so I do think you have, and a lot can be done here, because utilities are not necessarily friendly players in trying to solve all of these issues. But we have a problem where they're going to charge you a couple $100,000 for voltage regulators. You've got to solve this voltage flicker issue, all these other technical issues that are really a result of the fact that there's not enough consumptive load on these, distribution lines that are at some distance from transformers and substations and things of that nature. So I think there's a lot of work that can be done in the resilience, but it's adding load. So we contemplate new technology solutions, right? What are the next wave of rural consumption that are coming? So whether it's working and coupling with, like we've done a project with a commercial scale hydroponics facility up here. So you're adding a load and then you're adding clean energy in excess of their needs. As marijuana cultivation and its energy intensity comes, where is that going to be placed? How do we do that? How do we use these to stabilize the distribution grids in order to allow more uptake of new renewables? I think is going to be a critical point of research moving forward.
Thanks, Kevin. Mark, do you want to weigh on that, thinking about technical support, capacity building resources, what you've seen needs for?
Yeah, I think that's a really great and timely question. What I have seen in my time working in utility scale renewables is, and being a small town guy myself, this build out of renewable energy across rural America is probably in my lifetime one of, if not the largest economic opportunity that has happened in rural America. And it's only going to be growing. So I see a couple of challenges that come along with that. And, for the community specifically, to help evaluate what the opportunities look like. The first is, and Angela, you mentioned this, workforce development is a big issue. Number one, these projects are going up around the country in pretty large numbers, and ensuring that there's equity of getting the locals to be able to be involved, ensuring that locals have access to training, access to the community, the construction teams that are building these, and then making sure that they are a vital part of that construction side is a big part of it. Because what we see otherwise, if there's not forethought going into this and making sure that the workforce is built out, is that companies will bring in construction teams that they're comfortable with from potentially another community. potentially even another state, because we're meeting challenging deadlines on the construction side. So I really, really want to lean into the workforce development side. I think there's some really interesting, more economic growth there, and more, community buy-in, more justice, frankly, on some of this stuff. The other thing I see that I think is interesting is ensuring that the communities have the technical assistance to say yes to a project in a way that gets them what they are actually after as well. Some communities have challenges with resiliency and reliability, and don't know how to ask those questions, or don't know how to evaluate what would actually benefit them when these projects are coming in. Some of the questions are going to be about how to ensure that there's agriculture that is able to be sustainable around that, whether it's ensuring that the traffic is maintained in a sustainable way during construction and during operation, ensuring that roadways are built out properly. And then some of it's just making sure that there is visual buffers in the way that they would like to see it to maintain the rural character. So I think there's a whole host of technical challenges where OCED and DOE can help support these communities as projects are getting built, and ensure that communities feel like they're active partners in a project and not just a bystander as it goes in.
That's great, Mark. Thank you. We've started to, I guess you're pre-staging the questions that I want to ask, which these things are all interrelated, so it makes sense. Where I want to go next is about project barriers and things that have slowed down or stopped projects that you've worked on in the past. So what kinds of barriers have you encountered in trying to move projects through development or construction? And when in the project development process did you encounter those barriers? And then what do you think this program at OCED could do to help support projects moving through development processes or to address those barriers? Why don't we start with Angela?
Okay, sure. Yeah, we did start to touch on some of the barriers, and I think there can be many. It kind of depends in some cases on what type of project that you're trying to do, but certainly I think there's financial barriers that come up, just whether it's and not to jump ahead, if it's cost share, if it's just the ability to get financing for specific projects that might be considered more risky, whether it's, and also sort of the timing of that, if it's long-term or short-term. Certainly recently we've seen supply chain challenges. I know I experienced that in a couple of projects in some previous roles, particularly as it relates to batteries, in the ability to get batteries or the ability to get transformers and things like that. We are seeing significant challenges with supply chain, which hopefully are starting to lessen, but I think we're still experiencing those. We touched on some of the land use barriers or challenges, trying to make sure that we're getting the right land, and then also getting the permitting process. And then again, in some instances, depending on what the project is, you might have situations where there's kind of that renter landlord relationship where it's difficult to determine sort of who the benefits would flow to, or how that mechanism might work. So those are a few that come to my mind as we talk about trying to increase these project opportunities in some of our rural communities.
Kevin, what about you? You started to touch on some barriers in your last answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think the grid barriers are a constant, right? The further we get away from substations, the further out on the distribution grid we get, the less stable those grids are. And so, sort of creating anchor tenants, anchor loads at the extent of distribution grid actually creates opportunity for new generation. And so some of that motion and trying to understand the next phase of where loads will be placed on the grid. Again, you think of some of these newer industries, I'm not sure I believe in them, but like crypto mining for instance, right? Can crypto mining, which is a massive consumptive load, be used to actually anchor grids and like I said earlier, marijuana cultivation, and then hydroponics as we think about climate. And then on top of that, so that's a grid barrier, right? And we think there's a lot of conversation about the intersection between load, storage, and renewable generation as you get, to different parts of the distribution grid. And then I would add to that is just really the conversation around renewables, like just the continued push for acceptance of renewables as a community benefit, as a solution, no matter where it's placed, is always the biggest barrier. I've been in running this business for 21 years. I was in this industry for 3 or 4 years before that. And it's not, the dialogue has changed, but it hasn't changed far enough to where, we are still often in certain communities viewed as like an outside developer bringing problems and not, progress and solution. And so just the continued education, in particular to our rural communities, and ensuring they understand the opportunities associated with new clean energy technologies, I think is critical, continues to be a critical point of conversation.
Thank you, Kevin. What about from your perspective, Mark?
Oh man, I first of all want to echo Angela's issues on supply chain. That's a big one. So I really kind of view this as twofold. One is the technical issues that we encounter, and some of that is access to transmission, access to a suitable grid that will allow these opportunities to grow and take place. And part of that is equitability of that access. You're going to find companies like Savion in places where the grid has already been built out and is allowing for these developments to take place. But I find on a regular basis, I'm bumping into people who are saying, we want to do these kinds of projects too, or I have land that my father farmed, but he's, looking to retire and can't do this work any longer and wants to turn it into a sustainable type of project. But there's no access to transmission. And if there's just no access to transmission, the opportunity doesn't exist, quite frankly. So equitability is a technical challenge. The other side of this is the non-technical challenges that we encounter. And Kevin, you touched on that, and I see it every day. Development can only happen at the speed of trust. And we have an issue with ensuring that we build that trust as an industry. We really try hard at Savion, and we put a big, heavy emphasis on what I call social licensing or social permitting to ensure that we have not just the technical permits that we need, the environmental permits, but that the people in the community feel like we have earned the right to be there and that they are part of the project in a meaningful way. I think that's a huge gap, and it's only going to be a growing gap as we continue to build out the grid necessary to reduce carbon emissions and ensure that we have a sustainable energy development and generation sector. So ensuring that we have built out that trust, ensuring that the community gets meaningful benefits from a project, and not just a single landowner or a couple of landowners, but that everybody in the community sees the benefits of these projects. To me, that's a big challenge, and it's something that I'm really interested. I mean, this is my soapbox moment, but for me, I'm so interested in ensuring that gets done as quickly and as effectively as possible, because otherwise, Kevin, the problems that we encounter when we're going into these communities is only going to get exacerbated over the next 5 to 10 years.
Mark, I know there's a lot of support for your statement that things can only get done at the speed of trust. It is a powerful reminder about how this work happens in communities. And if I can editorialize for a moment from a slightly different perspective on this question, a lot of my previous experience has been working directly with entities like small municipalities or irrigation districts that want to pursue their own projects. And in those cases, like Angela has said, I've seen barriers show up anywhere from at the point of a project concept all the way through to the point where the project was almost ready to go and something happened at the last minute in the interconnection. Interconnection costs have been a huge challenge in Oregon, and I would echo the experience of Kevin and not always feeling like there's a shared desire to see a project move forward between a community and the utility that serves them. And but everything else in between, simply for many communities to get the funding to be able to hire an engineer to do the design, it can be a barrier, even if the project would make sense to move forward after that. So thank you all for your thoughts on that. So the next place I want to go is to be really specific about where this program and what OCED, from your perspective, should be thinking about as they work on program design. You know, should they be thinking from your perspective about application processes, when you might be able to apply for funding? Are there specifics about contracting or reporting that you want OCED to be thinking about? And I guess one frame for this would be, have there been any funding programs that you've applied for or worked with in the past that worked really well? Is there something that you want OCED to repeat? Or vice versa, is there something you really don't want to see as OCED moves forward? And Angela, why don't we start with you?
Okay, sure. Thank you. I think just a couple of more general observations, I guess, is to keep the application process and the reporting as simple as possible. I know there are contracts and documents and things that have to be done, but to the extent, particularly for these projects where we're looking again at communities that may not have resources that can be specifically dedicated to work on these types of projects or initiatives, the more simple we can make, I think, the process and reporting, the better. From a timing perspective, I think I'm not sure exactly what the cadence is, but to see these funding opportunities go out over several tranches over the next several years, at least maybe 2 or 3, so that people have an opportunity to try something and maybe learn from it and then move forward to the next one and so forth. So I think having some visibility into what that might look like over the course of this provision. And then certainly, I think the funding, the cost share, I think is a concern for these projects as well. So the ability to potentially minimize that as much as possible, or potentially have it waived, I think would significantly help some of these projects be able to move forward. In terms of specific projects, again, I mentioned several that NRECA has been specifically engaged in. I think another thing is just to have some ability to be flexible, to be able to respond to external factors such as supply chain issues and things like that if we're not tracking on a deadline because of pandemic or whatever, things like that. So to be able to have a little bit of flexibility as well. But those are just, I think, some general comments about that.
Thank you, Angela. What about from your perspective, Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, I think your opportunity here sits more at the level of innovation than most programs typically do. And so I really think, being willing to fund things that are outside of the box, right? There's a lot of community solar, there's a lot of community wind, there's a lot of small wind, there's a lot of battery storage that's going on. It's probably not necessary for you to really spend a lot of time there, but coupling it with grid resiliency, coupling it with new industry, coupling it with, and being open to those opportunities, probably more important than anything else. And as far as like programs that worked really well, I mean, I think every developer in the space would point back to like the ARA program from, a decade ago as being like the most efficient deployment of federal capital that we've seen in the space in the last 20 years. So to me, that's probably something to look at, but it's just a little bit different in terms of purpose.
Mark, what do you think? Specific things that OCED should be thinking about as they design the program?
Yeah, I think about a couple of things on this front. One, I think about ensuring that the projects that get funded help solve a problem and break through so that scalability can occur on these issues. because the challenge is, and I heard I was at the Denver presentation for this as well, and I heard one of the OCED members say something about, you could fund 100 projects on a specific, just try to solve a specific problem, and the 101st problem would be just as challenging as the ones before it. So how can this RFP, or ultimately the FOA that's going to come out, be crafted in a way to help this be kind of a first mover risk on some of these issues? And I think that's something that I think about in responding to the RFI. Additionally, how do you walk the tightrope between ensuring that whatever reporting requirements are thorough and adequate and respond to the legal requirements, but are not so overwhelming that it prevents people who may otherwise have a great project from applying or from getting that money, because they may have trouble with the long-term reporting issues. So that's not necessarily a problem for a company like Savion, who has, financial capital and people that are able to respond to this. But I've heard of some really incredible projects, some really great community actors out there who are going to be doing some work, and that might be a challenge for them as well. So yeah, I'm really curious to see how this gets evolved going forward. But yeah, there's plenty of challenges to go around, not just on the private side, but on OCED side as well.
Thank you, Mark. And if I can, again, take some editorial license and reflect, I guess, my views and my experience, and not anything from PNNL or OCED, I think that is an interesting way to think about it. How can you generalize support? Because as Angela noted, and everyone else saw it, there are barriers across the entirety of that development process. And those barriers impact communities differently. If you're a well-capitalized developer, getting the funding to be able to move forward on project design may not be your barrier. You may run into a challenge on interconnection that's different. All of those things, though, are still within that development process. So how can OCED generalize that, from my perspective, an opportunity to generalize that support across that, the entirety of that project development time period, such that it enables more participants within that process, more communities to be able to move forward and try to solve their problems, and to be able to overcome barriers as they arise on specific projects. So Angela, you've brought this up, and I want to go to that cost match question. This was raised yesterday. I can't remember if it was Courtney or Regina or someone else from OCED who noted that kind of the starting assumption for DOE programs is typically a 50% cost share requirement, or a one-to-one match of private sector funds to federal funds. And I was at the workshop at the National Renewable Energy Lab a few weeks back, and definitely heard from a lot of participants that requirement would be a challenge. And I guess that matches my experience supporting communities, that they haven't necessarily had that match on hand, and in most cases haven't. And the experience that I saw was that it delayed communities, or it stopped them from being able to move forward on projects. And the delay would be, well, now I need to go seek additional funding. And those grant application deadlines are at the state level, and they're different than whatever the grant application deadline might be from another funding source. And ended up spreading out the project development timeline. So I'm very curious, from your perspectives, is 50% cost share something that you worry about? And what are the implications that you've seen from a project application or a timing perspective of trying to secure that kind of match?
Sure. So I'll jump in and remind everybody, of course, that co-ops are not-for-profit businesses, and many of them, as I mentioned, already have a small staff that wear many hats, and so they might just literally not have the cash or even the in-kind cost share directly, which could deter them from potentially pursuing projects. So it would be good if the cost share element could be reduced significantly or waived, or if they're or some other creative ways to perhaps make up that gap, either, as you said, maybe through other state or some local funding. But again, then you sort of get into the time frame to be able, can you get that lined up in the appropriate amount of time, and things like that. But I think, looking at engaging maybe a philanthropic organization or other community organizations that might be able to participate in that. And then perhaps even looking at forgiving, over a period of time, or stretching it out over a period of time could help as well. But I think, being creative, being innovative, I'd like to sort of echo Kevin's comments about innovation with this particular program. I think there's tremendous opportunity here, and it may be, that some of these communities might still just basically need their first solar or wind or battery project. So it's not necessarily demonstrating a new or unproven or pre-commercial technology, but the right technology for some of these communities might be existing technology, but it would be the first sort of deployment or a sort of a new collaborative model to deploy some of this new technology. So those are just some initial thoughts on that.
Kevin, what does match look like for you?
I mean, I'm a private developer, right? So 50% cost match looks like a gravy train to me. Like, it's extremely exciting to be able to use that money to deploy innovative projects. But as I start to contemplate the community perspective on that deployment and the challenges associated with if you're going to be the community, and then I add in that many of these projects under the new, IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act from this summer, can actually monetize tax. It's wind, solar, battery, right? You really are talking about, then you're up at 80, 90 more if you're using the benefits, energy communities, low income, et cetera. So there's really a tremendous opportunity to couple that with tax. And if you can't do that, the opportunity really, to me, for OCED might be to find whether it's a set of banks or private developer investor types that are willing to, co-invest alongside communities and sort of create a clearinghouse of these projects that brings the community willingness and the developer finance world together to sort of initiate some of these projects, because there's a ton of private money in this space right now that would love to co-invest with communities at a 50% cost share from OCED. I mean, that to me is, from a private developer's perspective, extremely generous.
Mark, any perspective to add there?
Yeah, I largely agree with Kevin. As a private developer, I think the 50%, up to 50% cost share is something that's really great and will allow us to do innovative things in a community to help with the community participation, the community buy-in, the jobs training programs that we need, the things that are really going to differentiate one project from another and get community support and buy-in and have equity and participation. Those are the things that I'm really thinking about. I just want to add that utility scale solar, utility scale anything, is a highly competitive industry. And so it's a challenge sometimes to convince the bean counters that going above and beyond and doing additional work to engage local representatives, to build programs that benefit neighbors and school districts, sometimes that can be a tough hill for individuals to climb. This program, I think, allows for that to happen on a scale that hasn't been able to previously been justifiable. And so I'm really excited about industry being able to take advantage of that and use it to build better projects, use it to get better community participation and buy-in.
Thanks, Mark. And that's a perfect lead into the question I want to ask, which is probably our last question here. We've got about a little less than 10 minutes left. This is sort of responding to one of the questions that popped up in the Q&A, but thinking really at probably Mark from your projects and Kevin from the projects that you that you work on, what kind of support from OCED would be the most helpful for developing business model designs that can increase those community benefits?
That's a good question. You know, I don't want to hammer on the 10,000 number, but that's one of the design issues that I think about on a regular basis. You know, we have some really great projects in some pretty rural areas that may be bumping up into 3 or 4 different jurisdictions on a single project, each of which would be 10,000 or fewer people. But, you know, because it might be 5 different townships that are all quite small, the question is going to be, what is it? How is OCED going to define those terms so that it can benefit the maximum number of people while still maintaining the letter of the law? So that's one of the areas that I think about in that, and I'll pass it off to the other panelists.
Kevin, what do you think from your perspective?
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I agree with Mark, particularly as we develop in the Northeast, like it's kind of hard to get away from people. So where we do have plenty of rural areas, it's like, you know, as you think about projects, that can be challenging. But I'll go back to something that I sort of said earlier, and that is really just bridging the communication, you know, doing work to bridge a communication gap between rural communities and the opportunities in clean energy continues, in my opinion, to be the biggest impediment to deployment nationwide. And so what is able to be done through the program in that regard, because that helps, you know, sort of in an all ships rise together way. So that'd be my biggest suggestion.
Thank you. Angela, what about your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and I think just to echo a bit, I think the communication and educational efforts are crucial for these communities and for them to be active stakeholders in the project. I think you really want to partner with your trusted local community organizations, those trusted voices, to help build that greater trust and involvement like we talked about earlier. I think, you know, engaging those community partners, really identifying what the benefits are to the community through these different projects and opportunities is key. And just conducting outreach, whether it's, you know, out in the community at civic centers or faith-based organizations or schools or whatever it might be, as well as potentially also offering virtual options for community members to learn about and engage in these potential projects and opportunities.
Thank you for that. And we've got a couple more minutes, so I'm going to take where you're going, Angela, and ask one last question here, which is, how should OCED and this program consider that kind of community involvement? How can the program both support it, but also consider it from an application perspective, especially when we're thinking about project development activities and incorporating perspectives from groups in the community that might experience disproportionate socioeconomic, environmental, political, or energy burdens? Angela, do you want to start?
Sure. I would just say that I think OCED can certainly help connect organizations with expertise and these communities, including the utilities, and that they would prioritize sort of some early and frequent outreach so that stakeholders feel like they have an opportunity to provide input, and that these projects are meeting the community's needs and any sensitivities that there are, and to try to do that as much on the front end as possible. But I know that's a challenge, because this is a lot of territory that is covered. Obviously, I think for NRECA, we have more than half of our membership serve in these rural communities. So it's a big lift to get the word out, but I think that's a critical component where OCED can offer some support for sure.
Kevin, anything you want to add to that?
I would say support and requirement, right? So the support that OCED offers in terms of, you know, finding and defining community benefits is great, but what are we enforcing? What are we asking for? If you're going to come and get a 50% cost share from OCED on a project, how are we asking those project developers, those communities, to ensure to Mark's, word and repeated mantra, like equitable distribution of the benefits. When you think about, in a community solar project, you have, the benefits of the off takers, which, is a thing. But then you have, most projects we end up paying, $150,000 for a community benefit fee. How does that get distributed, equitably? How can OCED enforce that those types of funds that are going into these projects are used appropriately? Community benefits like, payment, property tax payments, pilot payment in lieu of tax payments, things of that nature are distributed in sort of an equitable way, and making sure that the projects you partner with are doing that sort of stuff fairly, because typically they don't, left to their own devices, communities won't always do that in that equitable of a way. So.
Thank you. Mark, any last thoughts to take us out on that?
Yeah. Well, first, I want to take a personal point of privilege and just thank the DOE and the OCED for putting these programs together. This has been some fantastic outreach, really great thoughts, and different thought leaders from different communities have been participating. So thank you guys. It's been a pleasure and an honor to get to participate. But to answer your question more specifically, I agree so wholeheartedly that any project that participates or that applies for these grants should just de facto have a community participant as maybe it's a co-applicant, maybe it's just somebody that DOE has to reach out to. But I've seen developers try to game a system, try to game an application and say that they're doing all these amazing community participation items, which really would just be run-of-the-mill standard business. And maybe there's not entire community buy-in, or maybe there hasn't been strong enough communication on the front end. It's easy to put something in black and white. It's a lot harder to do it in person and be actually involved with the community. So I just can't emphasize enough how much, if there is going to be a participant from a company like Savion, that should be on the forefront of DOE and OCED's mindset.
Well, thank you all very much for being here, and thanks for all the folks that have been listening in. I hope this is useful in helping to shape your thoughts that can go into the RFI response and to the rest of the polling responses today. Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you, Jed, and thank you to all of our panelists here, Andrea, Mark, and Kevin. We had a lot of key takeaways. And as I said before, I hope some of the comments here resonated with some of you on the line, and also maybe probed some of your thinking as well for the future. What we're going to do now is we're going to have a 15-minute break. I promise you we would have breaks here. So we're going to come back at 30 after the hour. Given where you are, that will be 11:30 Mountain Time, 1:30 Eastern Time. And then we're going to use about 45 minutes. And this is where we're going to do one of these interactive sessions. We have a set of about 12 questions that we're going to ask you to do over polling. We'll have some moderators here to walk through those questions, the context of those questions, some examples. But this is where we're really going to lean on you all. So we'll go over those polling instructions at 30 past the hour, and we'll get to it. By the way, again, all of you are on disabled from mute and video, so we cannot see you, we cannot hear you. Personal kind of advice, maybe just to stay on rather than getting off and getting back in. So we'll see you here in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. You can hear me if you're somewhere around. I invite you to come back and join us. We'll give about a minute or two to get folks trickled back in, and then we'll introduce our moderators. Again, welcome back. So glad so many of you, the vast majority, did stay on during that time period. So I'm hoping that worked out really well. As we're waiting here, I invite Sean and Pete and Jess to go ahead and come off your video and mute. All right, well, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce Sean Esterly and Pete Kappers. Sean's the program manager at NREL, and Pete is a scientist at the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. Both have extensive careers across energy and technology, and like Jed, have contributed to the design of this workshop and the program itself. Jess is also live to remind us about the instructions for this polling session. So I'm going to pass it to you all. Jess, Sean, Pete.
Thanks, Courtney. Great to be on here. I believe we're going to pass it to Jess for the instructions, just to remind everybody how to get to the poll EV.
Yep, thank you so much, Sean. So those instructions should be on the screen for you again. Hopefully, most of you already have the poll EV already set up in a browser. Simply pull that up again. If not, you're welcome to navigate to pollev.com/NREL webinars 303 in your browser, or you can text NREL webinars 303 to 22333. For anyone on the phone, I'm going to say that again. That's NREL webinars 303. Text that to 22333. All right, and if anyone's logging in for the first time, it will ask you for your name. You are welcome to include it or hit continue without inputting your name. Either way, the responses we see in real time today will be entirely anonymous. So don't worry about attribution real time. And other ways, Pete and Sean, if it's all right with you, I can go ahead and navigate us to our first question.
Definitely. Go ahead, Jess.
Thanks, Jess.
Of course. All right.
Yeah, I'll wait for this one to pop up. And so we're going to have several different types of questions coming up. This first one is open-ended, and it's wondering what energy challenges the rural and remote areas have. So try to speak from experience if you can here. It is going to be a word cloud, so try to keep your responses to 5 words or less if you can. Another thing is, if you are watching the word cloud live, if you see other words popping up that just resonate with you, feel free to type that in, because the more responses we get for those words, the larger that word will get, which means we receive more of those responses. And watching this word cloud grow. Seeing reliability, funding, transmission, capacity.
Lots of varied responses too.
Yeah. Yeah,
Outages,
try to think.
fire, weather, in terms of some of the challenges folks are facing.
Yeah, and these can come from, again, personal experience or experience working with different communities. Great interconnection. Yeah, weather. Yeah, the word cloud. So when you do type in 2 words, I see lack there, lack of something, I would imagine. cost, fire, fuel. Yeah, lots of climate impacts. Great, and I think responses are still coming in. Great, maybe just give it another 30 seconds. I think the responses are slowing down. All right, great. Thanks for responding to that one. I think we can go ahead. Oh, it just jumped up. Never mind. Give it another second.
Pretty consistent though. I mean, that reliability, cost, funding, those have pretty much been the top ones from the beginning. Interconnection and transmission have been in there too. So great. Thanks everyone.
Yeah.
So
And almost 100% response rate. So appreciate it.
great. Yeah. Well, Jess, yeah, let's move to the next question. So unlike the last one is a word cloud, this one we're actually looking for you to rank the choices that are listed here. And this is the first of a series of questions where we're really looking to better understand the energy improvement needs or opportunities that you all participating in this workshop are most interested in addressing. So like I said, this first one is really about ranking those energy improvement needs or opportunities that we've sort of pre-specified, pre-identified, ranking them from highest of interest to sort of lowest interest. So the most interested ones are going to be at the top. Put the least interested ones down at the bottom. In terms of just instructions for doing this, you can basically just tap on the answer and just use little arrow keys should come up. And you can just use those arrow keys to kind of move things down, move things up to sort of get them in as, that relative order that you're looking for. This one is definitely going to take a little bit of time to get some feedback from you all. So while you're going ahead and clicking away, I'm actually just going to be quiet and just let you get to it for a couple minutes, okay? If I had the Jeopardy theme song, maybe I could do that, or the Benny Hill theme song, but we'll spare you from having me sing.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Pete was saying, so you'll click on it and 2 arrows will appear on the left, an upward or downward arrow, and just move them around based on that. Great, seeing improving the resilience or reliability of electricity, reducing energy or electricity costs.
Funny that improving energy efficiency, I don't remember seeing that in the prior slide as prominently as it is here. I mean, these are certainly the same types of needs and opportunities that are front and center in the congressional language, certainly as represented in the RFI, and I know we're going to be front and center for the FOA that ultimately comes out.
Yeah, and this will really provide insight to OCED on, what are the major needs out there, how can the program possibly be structured to help address these needs, and just different focus areas.
I think there was a question from the audience about just clarifying what making energy systems safer might mean. I think one could interpret this sort of in the public safety, power shutoffs in California, where, big distribution or transmission lines going through places when, the potential is there for those systems to cause, forest fires or other sorts of just safety issues. That's a problem. And so what might be an opportunity to make those types of systems safer. Undergrounding of those lines, removing them altogether and focusing on microgrids, sort of just 2 examples you could think of. All right, well, we've got about 68 responses on this one out of 225. I know this one definitely takes a little bit longer for folks to fill in, so we'll give you another couple minutes.
And I would say if anyone's overwhelmed by the amount of choices, feel free to pick your, top 3 and move those up. We still want your input, even if you're not ranking all of them.
Agreed.
I would say not surprising for rural and remote that resilience or reliability is at the top of the list.
Same with reducing costs. What do you think? About another 30 seconds, Sean, for this one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Great.
And so also keep in mind these options. There will be a follow-up question for anything that may not have been listed.
Right. That's a brilliant segue, Sean, to the next question. Why don't we move on to that one, Jess? So these were the energy improvement needs or opportunities that we just listed. In this question, what we're looking for is, what do we miss? Obviously we're not capturing every need or every opportunity that's out there. And so give us what you think those needs or opportunities are that aren't listed here. Again, you can submit as many of these responses as you want, but definitely try and sort of be concise. Ideally 5 words or less. I believe this is going to go into a word cloud, much like the last one.
Yes.
Yep, Jess is nodding her head. Good. Yep, so this will turn to a word cloud. So right, as we sort of found with the prior one, it's really those keywords that matter. Modifiers, adjectives, right? Those just sort of muddy the water. So it's really about sort of those nouns that we're looking for. I never thought I'd actually be using parts of speech in giving instructions.
English class paid off.
My 7th grade English teacher would be so proud of me. I won't ask you what a gerund is, but we can talk about that later.
And just a reminder to the attendees that this question is live in your Poll EV browser. And of course, you can text responses as well. So we're leaving the options up, but you're welcome to go ahead and respond.
Yeah, so you're not seeing the word cloud right now because we wanted to leave the options that were in the last question up here, just so you can review those and make sure anything you're listing was not previously ranked.
So I'll give you another minute or 2 to fill in those responses. And then Jess, we will be turning to the word cloud after this slide, right? To show folks what that looks like.
Yep, we'll be able to see those responses in real time. And I'm seeing that we have quite a few responses have come in already.
Oh, good. Great.
Great.
So yeah, anything that's not listed here is what we're looking for. I'm so eager to see what we missed when we came up with this list.
Yeah, should we switch over? Do you think people have had enough time to review the slide?
Yeah, let's do that. All right. So energy storage, education, workforce.
Yeah, I think what's jumping out to me is there's a lot of different individual responses, maybe not as much agreement, maybe.
Right.
But
Again,
very
as
int-
you go on, Sean, sorry, I mean, to interrupt
it's
you.
just a very interesting answers though, reading through them.
And to that point of a lot of varied answers, you know, as we saw with the prior word cloud, if there's words on here that resonate with you, please do, you know, add them in your own response and, you know, increase the size of those words on the word cloud. We'll give this one, let's say another 30 seconds, minute or so.
Yeah, and seeing more and more energy efficiency type responses, weatherization.
Yeah. I like the one word renewable permitting on federal lands one, very, very savvy use of
Yep.
an answer. I'm curious about the spikes one. Very, very curious about that. Vehicle to grid.
Yeah, I wonder if the spikes is referring to consumer spikes.
Oh, energy spikes through the line or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, yeah, maybe about 15 more seconds for folks to fill this one in, then we'll move on to actually a third question in this series. All right, great. Yeah, Jess, why don't we move on to the third question? And so this is going to be another word cloud. And so, you know, considering those responses to the last two questions on energy improvement and needs, here what we're looking for are the types of energy projects that you all think would be most impactful to meet those needs you previously identified. Again, really trying to keep these as concise as possible, 1-2 words. And we'll sort of see where the projects go. Microgrids, microgrids, microgrids.
Lots of storage as well.
Yeah.
Like I've seen agrivoltaics a few times now.
Ah. Workforce is back up there as a project to
You
work
can
on.
tell we got a lot more diversification all of a sudden. A lot of smaller words popped up. Yeah, so thinking through this, it could be different technology types or generation types.
Different, yep. SCADA. Oh, that's one I haven't seen yet. On the workforce, some apprenticeship. Well, this is great. So to just reiterate one of the points made early by Jess, although you may have put your name in, all of this information is going to be completely anonymous that's being collected, and it is going to be saved for posterity. We certainly do want you all to, in addition to responding to these poll questions, certainly please do put in your RFI, your responses to the RFI formally. That's I'd say that's the ideal way for us to get your feedback, but the responses to these and other polling questions today are certainly going to be integrated in, by DOE into the design and development of this program. Great, Sean, what do you think? Move on to the next one?
Yeah, I think so. We're over 200 results.
All right.
Okay. So for this question, we want to think about projects that have maybe been proposed or are at some stage in a community, and just want to better understand. It can be multiple projects, does not have to be a single project. So you can select multiple answers, but what stage is that project or projects in. And so are they just being conceptually proposed? Are they in a design stage? Are they actually under construction? Are they in the operation and maintenance phase? Or is it a project that needs to be decommissioned for possibly a new project? And so just trying to get a good sense of where a lot of the projects out there, energy projects are, where support might be needed to get them to the next stage. And I think I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot in the conceptual stage. If a community had multiple projects, chances are a few of them are going to be in the conceptual, whereas some might be in the later stages.
I also remember Mark talking about some of the capacity that's in the interconnection. So much of the capacity in the interconnection queue are really at sort of early stage, and many of them won't even ever get to construction or operation. So,
Yep.
But
Yeah.
nonetheless, you know, looking to try and find solutions to problems that are out there.
Yeah, and also just to reiterate what Pete said before, you know, this is something, obviously all of these are questions that OCED is interested in getting your input on, but really understanding the different stages is something we're really interested in hearing about through the RFI, understanding what stage, first of all, what support is needed to advance them. All right, give it another 30 seconds maybe.
Sean, there was a question about licensing and permitting. Where would you best locate that or recommend folks put that in? Maybe the design phase?
Yeah, I think that would be in design. Yep. Before construction, because at that point, hopefully you have all your permits already.
If you're not, you're going to be in trouble.
Yep. Yeah, good question though.
All right, we got 190 results out of 220 folks online. This is great.
Yeah. Yeah, as someone else mentioned, the design is going to encompass quite a few activities. You know, it can be, you could still be in the modeling phase. You could be going out for bids.
Bunch of the engineering
Yep.
activities. All right, well, we've hit 191, so you know, let's move on to the next one, Jess.
All right, and so this builds on the previous question. Thinking again about those projects, how long did it take, or could it take for your energy project to go from conception to operation? So a lot of people responded they were in the conceptual stage. How much time do you anticipate it would take you to get to that operation stage going forward? Similarly, if you're in any of those other stages. If you're in decommission, obviously you're past that point. 2 to 3 years. So a few responses less than 6 months. So you're pretty close. That's exciting.
That is
Yeah.
wonderful.
In less than 1 year, I would say is pretty close too. Especially considering how long a lot of energy projects can take to come to fruition.
Yeah, and since I know DOE is always interested in you know, quick wins, those types of projects are certainly great ones to think about, but also these ones that are multi-years out. I mean, those are also definitely viable projects, you know, for this program to support. So don't think just because you're at one end of the extreme or the other, it necessarily means it's, you know, good or bad. All right.
Yeah, responses are slowing down a little bit. We'll give it another 20 or 30 seconds. Not quite as many responses to this one. So I'd encourage you to think about maybe any projects that have been proposed in a community energy plan, but are maybe very much conceptual, or things that have been identified as energy goals or energy objectives for a community that you work in, live in, or work with. All right, let's see if the total results jump up again. Oh, looks like we slowed down. I think we can go ahead to the next question.
Okay. So continuing on this sort of vein of, thinking about projects in your own communities, or if you're a developer, projects you might be, working on. Here, we're looking to sort of get a sense of project cost. Again, we know you don't have an exact estimate for some of these that are really in their earliest stages. So we're looking to, for you to estimate really a rough, sense of or approximation of what the cost of one or more of those projects could look like. Again, this is going to help think about, what level of support this program might look to focus on from a project standpoint, number of projects that can help based on, again, the general cost of the projects overall. This is all really helpful information.
Yeah, and again, best guess.
Yep.
I think similarly, if you have a project that is in operation or is in the decommission phase, would be interested to know what the costs were for those projects.
All right, about 130 responses. Don't see a whole lot more coming in. Okay. Overwhelming majority of folks sort of in that $1 to $10 million range.
All right, looks like the results have slowed down.
Yep. It's interesting, almost 30% over 10 million and 30%, below $1 million. And 40% 1 to 10 million.
Yeah, good point. Very evenly split. All right, should we go on to the next one?
Yeah. Thanks, Jess.
Okay, so again, this is going to be thinking about past project development activities, current ones that you're working on. We want to know what project development barriers you have encountered. So you can select more than one, but each one can only be selected once. So read through the list, select all that might apply. Again, thinking through past and current projects, experiences, working with communities in a community. And then I will be quiet for a little bit to let you read through them. And we will have a follow-up question to anything that's not listed here. Supply chain challenges, definitely a bigger issue now than I think it has been in the past.
Certainly in echoing the comments heard in the first panel, you know, on the supply chain, some of the funding and financing, you know, certainly we've heard those types of issues both today, I think yesterday as well, and then in the 2 in-person workshops, overwhelmingly, you know, folks talking about those types of issues.
Yeah, and we do have a couple funding related answers.
Yep.
So there are 2 funding answers. Don't want you to get the 2 confused. One, which is at the top, B, is inability to get the funding or financing needed to complete development processes prior to construction. And then L at the bottom is inability to get funding or financing for construction or installation. So B is earlier in the process, and L at the bottom is for the actual construction and installation. I would say
Interesting.
oh yeah, one thing that's interesting to me is workforce kept popping up in a lot of the word clouds, but actually doesn't have as high of a percentage here.
Right. I mean, if you take the funding and you just add both of those together, right, that's a pretty big share of the barriers alone, almost 25% just on funding alone. But yeah, the workforce one, interconnection one. I mean, I remember there being a bunch in the word cloud around transmission, distribution, which I'm assuming to some degree is sort of the interconnection. Okay, I think we're starting to slow down too.
Yeah, lots of responses there. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, this is great.
Not as many technology or engineering and design challenges.
Wonder if that's because, you know, there's a lot of firms out there more than happy to help you solve those problems. I mean, paying for them may be the challenge, you know, one of the challenges, but there's probably a lot of opportunities to leverage people's skill sets outside to solve the problems.
All right, why don't we go ahead to the next question? And we have 3 questions left. So again, this is going to be a word cloud. The question for you is, what other development barriers have you encountered that were not listed on the last question? So we're showing the slide with everything that was listed, just to remind you. And Jess, did the Poll EV advance? It didn't in my browser.
Yep, I'm seeing
Okay,
it in
perfect.
mine.
So yeah, again, just review the list, anything that we may have accidentally left out or not thought of. Want to capture those for the word cloud, and we'll flip over to that in a second and see what the responses are.
Yeah.
Maybe give it just another 10 seconds and we can flip over to the word cloud, mostly because I'm curious to see what the responses are. All right, Jess, do you want to show what we have so far?
Yep, we have quite a few responses that have come in.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you. Policy, cybersecurity, some newer ones. Utility does come up a lot. That came up
Yeah.
in person as well.
Support or lack thereof. I'm assuming that's on the community side of things, potentially. That was talked about this morning.
Yeah, possibly building consensus.
Yep, right. Yeah, I mean, upside down tariffs, regulatory, in terms of thinking about connecting, with the utility, like you said.
Yeah, I think, some of the things I've encountered are, having kind of an energy champion in the community to really lead things and keep continuity over the years as different leadership changes. And sometimes kind of related to the support and the consensus is some communities are fortunate to have an abundance of different resources, and deciding which one to pursue can be difficult.
Energy benefits, non-energy benefits. I'm sure that's also a part of the challenge of trying to figure out which solution to pursue, right? First, assessing all those benefits, weighing them off against each other, in addition to the costs. Yeah, monetizing additional benefits. This is great. So we've got about 7-8 minutes left, I think, in this part of the session, and we got about 2 questions to go.
Yeah, and they're longer ones. So should we move on?
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
Okay, so this one is focused again on barriers, but now when in the process, the development process, did you encounter barriers, and again, those projects you were thinking of? Got 4 different categories here. They're pretty self-explanatory, right? Really towards the beginning, very early on, towards the beginning, towards the middle, towards the end. There's a lot more description of sort of each one of those, but at a high level, that sort of hopefully characterizes it.
And you can select more than one answer here.
You can think about that from, whether it's multiple barriers in the same project or thinking about different projects, maybe, each one encountered a different barrier at a different point in time.
Yeah, if you've been responding kind of with one project in mind, you can definitely expand beyond that. Don't feel that you're limited to that. And so, very early on would probably be related to kind of conceptual stage. Towards the beginning might be more like the design stage. I think B and C could both be related to design a little bit. Same with C could also be construction. And then towards the end is when you were pretty much ready to go with installation and you might have encountered a barrier, which I would imagine would be very frustrating.
Yes, indeed. So close to the promised land. Definitely seeing majority, well over, right? Yeah, I mean, almost 70% sort of in that prior to sort of before the middle point, really early or beginning stages is where we're seeing most of those barriers show up. It's good to know from a technical assistance standpoint, in terms of thinking about where DOE might want to potentially focus some of their attention. So this is really helpful. Thanks. Thanks, folks. All right, got 5 minutes left. So maybe another 30 seconds on this one, and then we'll turn to our last question. Yeah, I think answers have slowed down. So yeah, Sean, why don't you take it away on the last one?
All right. So this is going to be another ranking question where you'll click and use the arrows, and we're wondering, thinking about those projects and thinking about this program, what sort of ways could the program support energy improvements in your community? So again, to vote here, you will click on the answer and then move it up or down with the arrows that show up once you click on it.
And if you get towards the bottom and again, maybe don't know exactly, well, these are all kind of close, we're obviously probably most interested in sort of what are those top, most important.
Yeah, and on the flip
activities.
side, if there's something that you just do not need support on, feel free to move that down to the bottom.
Exactly.
So providing direct technical assistance or funding to in energy project planning and community engagement. Okay.
It's interesting to see these move in
I
real
know.
time.
I
What
was
first
trying to
seems
read.
like
Just trying to read one of them, but it kept moving on me.
the initial round of folks, the project planning and community engagement seemed to be the high priority, and then as more folks started answering, that moved down
Yep.
little ways.
And
Oh,
I
it's coming
know
from behind.
I know there are quite a few to read through here, but I would just ask, and the folks that responded previously, definitely want to hear your insight. Don't have quite as many responses yet. And again, if there's just one thing that you are most interested in, go ahead and pick that one and move it up to the top. If you just are totally neutral on the others, that's no problem. So currently providing funding to support project installations, usually using commercially available technologies, is number one.
And interesting though, look at the very last one. It's supporting R&D of pre-commercial energy technologies, right?
Yeah, which from a community perspective might be understandable if they aren't willing to take the risk.
Exactly. So again, the degree to which this program can help de-risk, some of those types of technologies, might be an opportunity of interest.
We have one more minute. So please go ahead and rank what you can. Yeah, I think based on what we heard on the in-persons and discussions with communities and discussions internally, I'm not surprised with the first and second, although we have a tie now for second.
Mhm.
Mm.
Really echoing what I think we heard in the in-person workshops.
Mhm. Yeah, Sean and Pete, that's a good kind of closing here, since you all both were in person at the Golden Workshop. Now conducting this poll, what's been kind of the most interesting thing you've learned by this polling process just now?
Yeah, I think, we heard a lot about the funding support needed. Workforce is something that comes up a lot in conversations, but I actually don't think I heard that as much in person. So it was good to see that in the word clouds and really people saying that.
I think on my end, it's the timing of when a lot of the barriers are hit. It really is a lot of that those early stage activities in the development process. I didn't really think of that going in, but between these virtual questions and then just kind of overhearing people talk in the Western workshop, it's pretty clear that seems to be where most people are having their pain points.
Mhm. Great. Well, thank you so much, Sean and Pete, for leading us through that. I think there was a joke that almost sounded like sports commentators here, kind of live polling, like you're on the news in some capacity. Hard job to do. So we appreciate your work on that so much. And for all of you on, again, thanks for participating in this. As we were designing this virtual workshop and we were seeing our numbers of folks registering, we thought to ourselves, it's going to be hundreds of people, and how do we really pool their feedback? So we agreed to this polling format, and it's been wonderful to see the commonalities in some of these around costs, for example, or the barriers, but also the extreme diversity. It's so valuable for us, again, in thinking about the design of this program and trying to be broad, but also meet communities where they are. Also, again, these are kind of probed, right? They're kind of aligned to the RFI questions, but they're not the specific questions. But they are aligned. So we hope that it again stimulates that inspiration or ability for you all to answer that RFI and give us a little bit more detail off some of these. Again, if you are having trouble with the polling for any reason, please do let us know in the Q&A so Jess can troubleshoot with you. We're going to take a longer break now. I know for our folks on the West, this is more lunchtime. So we're going to take 30 minutes now and come back at 45 minutes after the hour. So 12:45 Mountain Time, 2:45 Eastern Time. And we're going to move into a panel that's going to be more centered on local economic development and community perspective. So we're going to pivot a little bit from different stakeholder group that we heard from panel 1 and get into that community development, those perspectives and experiences for panel 2. Following that panel, we're going to have, again, another short break right in between, and we'll do our last polling session before we wrap up. And, the first polling session was more programmatic, and the second polling session is going to be a little bit more specific to you. So we're going to talk about some maybe capacity areas around your own staffing or what resources exist in the community. There'll also be questions on partnership and coordination at the local level. And lastly, we'll be asking direct questions on how OCED can get better and things we should be thinking of to continue to engage with you. So I'll stop there. And again, deep appreciation for giving us your time, for participating in this polling, and just be willing to inform this kind of incredible opportunity of a program that we have. So I hope you, again, have a good lunch if that's what you're doing. If not, here's some 30 minutes to get back to work or to walk around or do whatever feels good to you. We'll see you then. All right, coming back from that longer break. If you can hear me, we'll start here in about 2 minutes. Hello, and I hope you all had a nice break. Either got some food or took care of some business, whatever you needed to do. As mentioned before, we're going to go into our afternoon portion of our event, which will have one more panel, and then we'll have a short 15-minute break and do another polling session. And then we'll end the day with some next steps and some resources. Please continue to submit your questions on the Q&A. We had some really good ones that were really helpful for our panel discussions. Also some that are very helpful just to answer live and get you the information you need. And also other ones that we'll take into consideration and hopefully get back through that FAQ document I mentioned earlier we're working to create. So with that, I'd like to invite Dawn to come off mute and on video. Dawn is a postdoctoral research engineer of energy systems and also an environmental justice specialist of science and technology with the Idaho National Laboratory. She has years of experience in the field and with working directly with communities, including tribes and native villages. Dawn, I'll invite you to introduce yourself and share a little bit more about your experience and your work, and also your panelists to discuss both community and economic development perspectives. This panel will go on for our participants for about an hour, and Dawn will close us out 45 minutes after this next hour for a 15-minute break. And then again, we'll come back for that polling session. Dawn, I'll pass it to you.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. It's really great to be here. I hope everyone got in a nice break or grabbed some lunch, something to drink. I grabbed a hot cup of tea to go with the wind and the cold that came here overnight in Southeast Idaho. I am happy to be a part of ERA's virtual session today. As Courtney shared, my name is Dawn D. Davis, and I am with the Idaho National Laboratory. I serve a dual role as both a postdoctoral researcher and as the environmental justice specialist. Since joining INL, I have been engaged in this provision, and it has been great to see its development up to this point. We definitely appreciate everyone coming back and joining us for this next session on community and economic development perspectives. I am excited for our two panelists that we have for this session, Mr. William J. Barber III and Mr. Michael Sappington. I'm just going to go ahead and get right into it. So William J. Barber III, I think we can have them come on camera at this point. So William J. Barber III is the Director of Climate and Environmental Justice with the Climate Reality Project with headquarters in Washington, D.C. He is an environmental and climate scholar and advocate who is committed to understanding how modern climate investments can serve as a vehicle to redress historic social inequities. His background includes a degree in environmental physics from North Carolina Central University and a degree in environmental energy law and policy from UNC School of Law, both of which he has utilized in driving results-based change for impacted communities. William is committed to connecting policymakers, grassroots leaders, faith leaders, and corporations to ensure we are collaborating on climate solutions that are equitable for all. William is founder and CEO of the Rural Beacon Initiative, a BIPOC-led business that leverages deployed projects to increase ownership diversity in the emerging supply chains of clean energy and regenerative agriculture. Barber's work on community solutions has been featured in numerous outlets, including NextGen's 30 Under 30 Young Black Changemakers and in PayPal's Rising Leaders series. He serves as the chief consultant on environmental justice and equity for the Coalition for Green Capital, an organization that has been at the helm of the American Green Bank movement and has specialized in leveraging climate finance to drive clean investments into historically underserved communities. Additionally, he is currently a fellow for environmental justice and civic engagement at the Center for Earth Ethics. He has worked with several environmental advocacy groups, including the UNC Law Center for Climate, Energy, Environment, and Economics, Clean Water for North Carolina, and Clean Energy Works. Welcome, Mr. Barber. Our second panelist, Mr. Michael Sappington, is Senior Counsel with Today's Power Incorporated, which is a leading scale solar storage and EV charging company serving rural communities across the South and the Midwest. Today's Power Incorporated is a wholly owned subsidiary of the 17 Arkansas cooperatives that make up the Arkansas Electric Cooperatives. Today's Power Incorporated has created with the mission of using innovative technology to improve the quality of life in the communities served. Michael uses his regulatory background to help customers, cooperatives, municipalities, and communities find ways for affordable, renewable, and EV projects using federal and state tax incentives, grant and rebate programs, net metering, and other flexible ownership or leasing arrangements. Since joining Today's Power Incorporated, Michael has worked on renewable and EV projects across Arkansas, Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, Kentucky, and various tribal communities. Prior to joining Today's Power Incorporated, Michael practiced public utility law in the state of Arkansas in several different advocacy roles, including attorney specialist to the commissioners at the Arkansas Public Service Commission, Assistant Attorney General with the Consumer Utility Rate Advocacy Division of the Arkansas Attorney General's Office, staff attorney with the Arkansas Public Service Commission, and he also served as a secretary of the commission from 2014 through 2017. Michael has advocated and shaped policy in Arkansas in the areas of energy legislation, net metering, energy efficiency, and low-income programs. Before practicing utility law, Michael was a deputy prosecuting attorney. Michael received his Juris Doctorate from the William H. Bowen School of Law at the University of Arkansas at Little Rock. He also holds a BA in psychology with a minor in legal studies from the University of Arkansas. He is a lifelong resident of Arkansas. Michael believes in the promise that renewable and EV projects have to preserve rural life in the natural state, while simultaneously spurring long-term economic development and the preservation of natural resources. Welcome, Mr. Sappington. So my role as the moderator is to provide discussion around the work our panelists are engaged in and to allow time for questions and answers. But before we get into our questions, I'd like for our panelists to just share a bit more about themselves, a bit more about their organizations, and their work as it relates to this program. So let's begin with Michael.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for having me on the panel today. It was a little bit short notice that I was going to do so today, but I'm happy and honored to be here. Yes, and thanks for the very kind introduction. So I am Senior Counsel for Today's Power Incorporated, and we're kind of we are a for-profit solar storage and EV company, but I think we are kind of a little bit unique because we are cooperative owned, and most of our projects since our inception in 2014 have been cooperative focused. We have a board that is made up of board members from the various 17 cooperatives. They're managers of those cooperatives, and even the generation and transmission arm of the cooperatives. So we we are part of that family. And so we abide by, and this was touched on in the earlier panel today, we abide by the 7 principles of for the rural cooperatives. And so, our principal business model is to go to these cooperatives. Often there's no renewable at all in those areas, or they're struggling with how to address renewable projects that are coming onto their system, how to factor that into the business model that they have, which is providing reliable and affordable electricity. So we kind of have become a one-stop shop to be a partner with these various cooperatives. And initially we started out in Arkansas and we're kind of just designed for Arkansas itself, but very quickly we realized there was a gap that the cooperatives across much of the nation had. It's kind of this has been touched on, of course, earlier. A lot of these cooperatives are small. They don't have the personnel. They don't have, if it's, technical individuals that can address these issues. They have gaps in legal knowledge, policy knowledge, legislative interpretation, legislative even action to fix things. And so we've kind of become a trusted organization. I'm going to be a little bit mad at Mark for kind of taking the thunder. I was going to really touch on that issue of trust, and I think he distilled it better than anyone I've ever heard when he said the only way forward, is through trust relationships. So that's kind of what TPI has been doing, and I can get a little more specific as we go on, but I'm going to let William introduce himself first.
Great. Thank you so much, Michael, Don. So glad to be on with all of you today. As was mentioned, William Barber III, calling in from Durham, North Carolina, founder and CEO of Rural Beacon Initiative. We are a BIPOC millennial-led organization headquartered in Durham, North Carolina, and serving the Southeastern United States. At our core, RBI envisions that communities, in particularly BIPOC communities, in particularly rural BIPOC communities, and even more in particularly rural BIPOC communities in the Southeast, have a specific role in leadership that has to be played when we talk about leading the charge for a just transition to a clean energy economy. We catalyze this through over a decade of cultivation of community relationships and a proven track record of community advocacy. RBI, in addition to what was laid out in the bio, we benefit from having over 10 years of expertise organizing on a number of social justice issues, everything from economic justice, racial justice, voter access, but a particular focus on environmental justice organizing, which has been my first love. Going back to that role, that specific role that we believe communities in the Southeast must play, that comes out of an exercise that we do in our work, where we look at the data, and we look at data that looks at the census tracts that demonstrate the highest concentrations of communities of color nationwide. We then overlay that data with census tracts demonstrating the greatest concentrations of persistent poverty communities nationwide. And we then overlay that data with data that looks at the frequency of climate-induced billion-dollar weather disasters for the last 30 years. And those images together tell a really compelling story, one that I think we all know subconsciously, but seeing it up close is always a stark experience. Is that when we think about the low-hanging fruit, the immediate impacts of the climate crisis here in the United States domestically, right now, the communities that are being hit first and worst are largely poor communities, largely rural communities, largely communities of color, and largely in the Southeast. We know that innately, but seeing the data, seeing how stark it is a different thing entirely. And so in our work, we work in 3 buckets of consultation, networking, and strategic convening, and deployed projects to continue to drive conversations on how these communities that are very much the front lines of the climate crisis, that are now impacted areas, are not only limited to being the front lines of the climate crisis or impacted areas. these are actually communities that before they were intentionally positioned through systemic discrimination to be more vulnerable to this crisis, have always been bastions of self-determination, bastions of community, bastions of innovation and ideas. And so it is really important in our work that we highlight that even as we are seeking climate solutions to be deployed in these areas, we do not simply assign these communities the roles of victims or of impacted areas, or even of nascent markets to just be exploited, a new customer base, but we really highlight them as co-creators, as partners, as owners in the emerging opportunities that are made with a clean energy transition. As I mentioned, we focus very specifically on increasing diverse ownership in the supply chains of clean energy and regenerative ag. Our flagship project is our Free Union Farm Sustainability Hub, which is a project by which we are converting a 52-acre traditional farm into a hub of sustainability comprised of sustainable agroforestry, agrivoltaics, and regenerative agriculture. We're doing this in a historic Black community, triracial community, and we are doing this as a model to demonstrate a new type of economy in rural America, but also to help serve as a training hub for the community to increase their awareness of what opportunities exist when we talk about the green economy. This model, scales BIPOC ownership, creates replicable models of economic development that center BIPOC ownership in these emerging supply chains. It helps support food security, creating the development of a regenerative food network in a food desert that shortens food supply chains, diversifies BIPOC representation, and promotes food security by helping to establish the next generation of diverse, healthy growers. And it changes our model of existence, demonstrating a new model centered around energy and food solutions that we can show can be deployed not only with zero harm, but actually with net benefits when we think about the triple bottom line of economy, ecology, and equity. We are also involved in consulting, working with private and public firms on training up their internal staff expertise on the history of environmental justice, environmental and climate justice principles, and opportunities to creatively include operationalized actions to advance climate and environmental justice away from abstract concepts and principles to actual programming. And we work in networking and convening, using our positioning kind of as an intermediary between community and individuals and industry, the technologists, the financiers who are thinking about solutions. We pull those two entities to the table with the end goal of driving direct results for communities, because we believe in that crucible of thought is where we actually see our best outcomes. So everything we do is really centered on pushing the envelope, creating a new type of innovation, and making sure that we put communities at the center.
This is all really great. Thank you both for sharing that. I heard a few common themes. I heard community relationships, trust, and partnering. And I think that's a really big part of the objective of OCED in gathering and having these conversations. And I think a lot of that will come out further throughout the discussion. So we have developed a few questions to start off the conversation, and we would like to encourage the audience to submit questions in the Q&A tab, which is at the bottom as we go along. We will address them accordingly because, as part of the intention of the workshop is to not only engage with the panelists we have today, but also with the participants. So with that, let's go ahead and get right into our first question. So William and Michael, the ARA, the Energy Improvements in Rural and Remote Areas provision, is rooted in integration of local economic development, and community coordination. What are the three takeaways that you want to share with OCED when they are thinking about designing this program?
I'll jump in here, Don. I think the first piece, is that when we think about the opportunities and project deployment coming from this program, for me, as an individual of Eastern North Carolina, as a member of one of those areas deemed as the front lines, it is important, to think about the entrepreneurial and ownership opportunities for communities, not just the workforce development. I think the workforce development pieces are key. They're absolutely necessary. But if we are really looking to be responsive to community needs, and if we are really to lead with equity, as so often gets thrown around in these current conversations, we have to realize that when we're talking about the scale of capital, estimates have said, between 50 to 131 trillion dollars going into our energy transition worldwide. When we're talking about that scale of capital, and if we only think about community participation as like workforce or as new markets and not owners and partners and entrepreneurs in that, we miss a huge piece of the puzzle, And we actually miss a piece of the puzzle in a really dangerous way that segregates itself from the histories of how communities have been made more vulnerable to this current crisis in the first place. And so, in doing that, I think, leading with the entrepreneurial aspect is really key. The second, I think, is, when we talk about engaging with communities, I've been on the webinar today and heard a lot of conversation about the robust public participatory needs in project deployment. I agree, and I echo that. I think, there are two curves that in my organizing experience, I always articulate: the knowledge curve and the trust curve. The trust curve, I think, has really been covered, that relationships move at the speed of trust, that if we are going to be truly in partnership with communities, they need to be brought in early and often, and that those relationships, must be developed, cultivated, and maintained. I think that we covered that. The knowledge curve I want to mention is that when we are talking about community engagement, it has to be a step deeper than just getting individuals in the room. They have to be equipped with the information to ask the right questions so that they can actively and effectively advocate for their needs, for their interests. Many communities in rural, undeveloped, frontline America have been so siloed to the conversations and the campaigns that are fighting what is bad, fighting the polluting aspects of our economy, fighting the coal-fired power plant in their backyard, fighting the natural gas pipeline in their backyard, fighting the industrial animal feeding operation in their backyard, that they have not had the privilege or luxury to think about what is possible and what should be put in place. And so in doing that, that's some of the work that RBI seeks to do, is we try to first expand their imagination to what is actually possible. What is it that we can actually not only fight against, but what are the type of projects that we can fight for? So we must equip communities with that knowledge as they enter into these conversations, if they are to adequately, effectively, and fully engage. That is such a crucial piece. And then the third and final component is, I would mention, not negating the role that, especially when we're talking about rural communities, of nature-based solutions in addition to technology deployment. There is a unique hybrid model that I think, rural America offers in making sure that we are highlighting the role, the critical role, the effectiveness in many cases of nature-based solutions, over technology, and scaling that up, seeing how we can finance and deploy in mass nature-based solutions is a way that we can increase sustainability, increase community resilience, but also increase, biodiversity and ecological benefits as well.
Great,
Thanks,
thank
Matt.
you for that.
Thanks, Matt.
And Michael.
Sure, and I agree totally with everything that was said. And to take it one more level, I kind of want to quote James Baldwin, which has kind of been a guiding principle for me. When I was with the AG doing consumer advocacy, even before that, and when advocating for the kind of the poor, the low income, moderate, the downtrodden. But James Baldwin said, it's essentially, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, it's expensive to be poor. And that is a message I try to constantly take to the board members, take to industrial groups, in coalition forming, and trying to really drive home what that really means. It's expensive in terms of dollars. That's a no-brainer. We all understand it's expensive to be poor when the price of gas, groceries, how much you have to drive if you live in rural communities. They're all these burdens, they add up. Their housing stock, it's leaky. It doesn't matter if you give them, an efficient, controlled air conditioning if all of the cold air is going out. So it's a cumulative expense, I think. And it's also a timing expense, I would say. I don't know how that's the right way to say it, but when you're low income and you're worried about just keeping the lights on, it's hard to get that person engaged about what kind of generation powers those lights. So you have to get that point across to all this engagement, is that you have to help these. I mean, it's not that they don't want to be engaged and they don't want to be involved and they don't care about their communities. They do, but they are just taxed in a way that most of us don't really fully understand. So I think that from my perspective, I think cooperatives are good because, as was highlighted earlier, and I'm pointing again, when you have a nonprofit entity, there is a lack of just doing things that are the best for the high earners, the large economic development drivers of a community. You see that a lot in investor-owned utility aspect when I've worked in that sometimes too much emphasis is put there, not enough to the low income piece. There's difficulty with the engagement, and so it's hard work, and you just got to prepare people for that. But I do like the cooperative model because, when you take out the incentive to essentially put those burdens or lessen those burdens for all the members, I think that's a good thing. So, I'll do a lot of work on the EV side, and including our solar here in Arkansas. Our principal goal initially was just get a solar facility in every cooperative territory. We've done that. There's now 17 facilities in Arkansas producing solar for all the members of that community. So they have access. It reduces their energy charges, reduces demand charges. Some of them have storage that are getting even better demand reductions from the G&T. And so you're lessening that expense, that burden that's on them. And so another thing we've tried to do, and we've been doing it here, and we're almost finished with, is putting at least one EV charger in every territory. People are always talking about adoption and, electric vehicles. I'm not sure about this, but they're coming. And probably the last communities that will be able to access them will be low and moderate income. And that also means that they will be kind of stuck on the tail end of the electric vehicle movement across the United States, where they will get pinched at the end with, as everyone goes towards electric vehicles, that's going to have price impacts to traditional forms of transportation, whether it's the number of gas stations, the services, that I really fear that they will get pinched like most things, where they're just kind of left on the backside of the leading edge of this technology. And so that again, will just tie back into that same burden. So I think that, from our approach, it's always better to have something good than everything perfect. And so, just even something as simple as that, bringing some form of electric vehicle charging to every service territory so that there is something that can bring those things. The other thing I wanted to, I touched on the community participation and the, kind of the EV piece of this, and for this RFIs, particularly in some of these funding opportunities, like I said, it is difficult to engage these people. They work multiple jobs. I mean, that timing is so hard for them. So finding trusted members of, whether it's consumer advocacy groups, but people they can actually trust, that are not the, for lack of a better term, kind of snake oil salesmen that they're used to. They're preyed upon by people from those kind of demographics. And so, getting the money and these projects to people that they know they can trust, like their cooperatives, whether that's through RUS funding, whether it's through grant funding or a combination thereof. I just see this, opportunity that you can help them without burdening them. That has to be kind of a key function. And so I think that's what I would say about that. And at this point, but I got to think on it a little more.
And Dawn, you're on mute if you want to come off mute for us.
Sorry about that. I lost my screen for a second. So I apologize. I missed a little bit of that, but I did want to come back to
Seems like we have lost Dawn for just a moment. She should be back shortly.
projects.
Dawn, it looks like you're back for us if you want to carry on with your question.
Sorry, I was talking to the ether, I guess. So the both of you had mentioned previously that there's a community buy-in component to the work that you guys both do. And so how can OCED create that buy-in and ownership by community stakeholders that's needed for these energy demonstration projects?
I think one thing that has been really exciting and interesting to work on, even in the field of green finance, has been looking at the implementation of community participatory agreements, which necessitate both that robust knowledge sharing that I mentioned earlier. It necessitates looking and engaging, identifying communities early and often in the process, but it also has avenues to provide a degree of control within the indigenous community, in terms of when you think about a project and project deployment, not only what benefits and are the expectations that they would like to see, but who is actually being charged to do that project. How can communities maybe have a voice in putting a premium on a business that is doing contracting, whether we're talking energy efficiency retrofits or clean energy installs? How can they maybe put a premium as a factor in an RFI process for a community that is, a business that is, from that community, serving that community? And I think that degree of control, that degree of self-determination, is really a key piece. I think a second model have been looking at the project metrics, accountability metrics. So having community members be a part of identifying what are the actual direct benefits, in addition to greenhouse gas reduction, air pollution reduction, energy burden, reduction of energy burden. What are the direct benefits, do communities want to see? How many new local businesses, would be generated, as a result of adjacent activity to a project? How many individuals would actually be employed from the community? How could revenues potentially be reinvested, taken from a project and reinvested into other community need projects, whether it's a food pantry, hospital, or into the public school system? I think all of these are conversations that are up for grabs because we're talking about unprecedented territory. And I think, if we're creative, we have the opportunity to really push the envelope and do this in a really robust way. And then the final component, I think, would be to look at the need, someone said it earlier, but to identify local accelerators, individual community-based organizations that have that degree of trust already, and how can project developers maybe partner with the local accelerator group to shorten the curve of developing that trust, to maybe subsidize a deployed project as a demonstration of what is possible at a more robust scale, if a community does decide to move forward, and just increases green awareness. When we talk about opening up the imagination of what is actually possible, I think all three of those are really important to the community public participatory process.
Yeah, and I think in these communities, they're always close-knit communities, and economic development can sometimes lacking. When it comes, it can be life-changing to a community. Just if you can land just some kind of economic development, it can revitalize, an entire town. It can revitalize an entire county, it can revitalize an entire service territory for that matter. And so, I think one thing is getting stakeholder engagement on those kinds of, you want to call them economic development whales, kind of getting them to want that, to use their voices for these types of projects, whether it's renewable, whether it's, just, to bring those jobs in, that instantly changes a community. And I think, you really want to partner with those kind of economic developers, if you will, for these communities, and bring them into that community, with, get them out in there. They have the resources to do these things. And we have found that to be generally true with some of the projects. For example, we've done here at TPI, we just had the groundbreaking yesterday for the Little Rock port. And it's essentially a solar facility. It's going to serve the port area for Little Rock, which is where we're having a lot of our economic development for inner city Little Rock. And the surrounding communities in central Arkansas, some of which are economically depressed. But it's, this the Amazons and all them, they see those solar projects, they have an appetite for that. And when that is brought to the table, it really kind of helps the community see that this is a good thing. I mean, these people would not be making these decisions if they were not good decisions. And then you can sell kind of, ways to incorporate that at lower kind of levels, which I think more is the cost savings. That's when we get to go into the schools, that project is for the Pulaski County itself. You can just say $1 saved by the county, that's a tax dollar saved. And that's the language that those communities can understand, that's what you're doing. $1 saved at a school, that's also the same thing. So, when you explain to them that these projects are keeping dollars in their pocket and they're bringing jobs, which gives future opportunity of upward mobility from an economic standpoint, I think that is the best way to buy it in. But also just getting the information. I've encountered this a lot through rural cooperatives that I've discussed it with the board members often, who are the decision makers. Sometimes the information they're getting, it's not that they are misinformed necessarily. They just don't understand the whole picture, because they have regular jobs. They're farmers, they're insurance salesmen, they're car salesmen, whatever they're involved with. I think that's a key thing is also selling them on it, because at the end of the day, you can explain, have all the technical people, and probably everyone on this call understands the value of renewables and storage, EV charging. But if the decision maker doesn't, that's a problem, because then the project never gets off the ground. It can just get killed for bad information or a lack of understanding really of the information. And so that's why getting things kind of down to these small sound bites that people can easily understand, whether it's expensive to be poor or whatever you want to say, these kinds of ideas, and simplifying these things in a way that just the average person with all the burdens they have can understand, I think is a key to the buy-in. Because if you do kind of bomb them with too much information, too much technical information, it just kind of gets lost in the noise a little bit. So I think that's another thing, is you got to really reach people. I mean, I call them front porch conversations. It's that kind of that's just meeting someone at their location and having those kind of general neighbor to neighbor conversations that they can understand. And that's why it's really important to get key community members involved that they can trust. That's so important. And I see that a lot, that people misinterpret a lack of engagement in well, there's no public comments on this. I'm falling back on my regulatory background. There's no public comments about this. Some of these people, they don't even have internet. And they don't have the knowledge base to even make the comments. So we sometimes misinterpret, a lack of engagement as just indifference, but it's really not. It's recognizing those limitations. And that's why going and finding those key members. And I'm sure actually William could speak better than this. This is really in his wheelhouse, probably more than mine, but, community leaders and engagement and political figures, if you can really get them engaged and involved, that's so important to the process. Those voices are key to making or breaking a lot of these projects.
I think you brought up a really important point too, and that's that face-to-face interaction that people really appreciate. And it's not even, I think, that they appreciate it. I think that it's something that is needed, particularly when it comes to rural communities. This was a discussion that was brought up at the workshop at the Little Rock event, where it was asked if rural communities are even aware that this provision exists. And so it goes back to that importance of having that face-to-face interaction. And this also brings us to looking sort of at the opposite side of that engagement process, right? And this was a question that was brought up in our last session, but I want to pose it to the both of you because it's along this very same line of thinking. What are some of the ways to de-risk project development from the standpoint that a stakeholder group coming in at the very end of the process and saying no, because it can, and it has in fact killed many projects? How can we address that?
Well, let me start off by one thing. I've seen that several times in my career at the commission and other places. And I'm going to kind of tell a joke here. One thing you want to make sure the stakeholder group is actually real, and it's not just hired actors from some entity. And I half joking to say that, but it's a real thing. There's these. You'll see groups at the legislature. I did quite a bit of work at the legislature over the years, and they have reliability in the name, but that's not what they are and who they are. They're selling something. They're selling a generation source, and you have to really try to figure out who they are, and that's why having community engagement across a broad spectrum, whether it's industrial groups, hospital, higher education groups, your university system, your consumer advocate for the state, your general staff. If none of you recognize who this is and can't figure it out and it's shadowy, it's probably a reason, because most of you all work together and you all will step back and say, who is this? Why is this? We're all in agreement that this is a good project. Who is this and why would they be here? So I think that's why forming those relationships across a broad spectrum. And usually someone will tell you, oh, well, I know who this is and this is who it really is. So I think that's important to really ascertain who this really is. Now, that said, there are legitimate concerns to things. I've seen a transmission project in Arkansas have quite a bit of resistance, where you did have 100 public comments a day, and I'm not going to weigh in on what was the right decision on any of that, but I think engaging those people and building that broad coalition where you have differing levels of socioeconomic positions, and they're all in alignment, or they're aligned enough that you can fend that off, because it will always look odd to have broad perspectives all sort of in agreement and then something that comes out of nowhere to I always think that's kind of suspect, and there is documentation of it not being real. So I would also caution everyone of that.
I would agree with a lot of that. And I would also add, this importance of communicating and over communicating early and often throughout the process is just a critical piece, as we all know, of stakeholder engagement. I think also being very clear at the outset as stakeholders are identified, as those relationships are developed, laying out that big vision that is comprises, the different perspectives, the different motivating perspectives, as Michael lays out. We think about it in the context of the triple bottom line, ecology, economy, and equity. What are those big pictures that we see in project development? You could also say the 3 pillars of sustainability very similarly. But I think over communicating, identifying a broad network of stakeholders And those community relationships are so key because in many cases, especially if you're thinking about constituencies, certain constituencies as stakeholders, what we found is that, groups are not monoliths. Individual groups or, constituencies that we might think are monoliths are actually not monoliths. And so having the relationships to be able to navigate and inform some of those key spaces, I think, are really critical. Then the final piece that I would say is, the regular and periodic access to data, data that looks at project, the momentum gained on the project, data that looks at, the metrics, how are we tracking and identifying metrics. Really robust and easy access to data is such a critical piece, I think, in stakeholder management throughout.
Thank you both for that. I want to switch a little bit to sort of the economic side of this. And that's looking, and maybe Michael, you can begin by addressing this question. What are some of the local economic development asset examples that private sector companies can tap into to ensure that projects connect with regional economic growth?
Sure. I mean, there's lots out there. I mean, of course, we all are very familiar with, kind of the bipartisan infrastructure law and the IRA. There's lots of opportunities there. There are state specific, pretty much every state you go to, there are things that can be utilized. Sometimes they can't be utilized by the customer that wants to utilize it. Sometimes you may find in certain net metering areas, municipal entities can't engage in it they can't do the interconnection. Some mistake in the law. That was one thing I worked on during my time with the commission is we had a problem where essentially our municipal entities weren't really able to engage in net metering because they struggled with the ability to raise capital and own these projects. And so getting the law, the net metering law in Arkansas changed to permit leasing had to be done. And so I would say that sometimes even those mechanisms are key, but you can pretty much go anywhere and find these incentives. I'm thinking, for example, Kansas has a 10-year property tax exemption for solar facilities. But oftentimes, especially with rural cooperatives, small municipal utilities, they don't have the personnel that know these things, and legal, technical, they're just not savvy to that. They need that partner that's coming in and can bring it from that perspective to say, listen, we're not here to squeeze you to maximize the profit. We're here to bring renewables to, your cooperative wants this. They want, they're on board with this. We're trying to find creative solutions for interconnection and potentials for sharing those kinds of costs or identifying ideal positions for interconnection. There's all these opportunities, and also the cooperatives themselves can access RUS funding, which can go a long way. There's a lot in the IRA bill for cooperatives, but a lot of them just aren't maybe ready to tap it, or they don't have the resources to quite tap it yet. And so, but private developers do kind of have some of these individuals. And so when you can kind of merge that technical expense in a for-profit entity that's cooperative driven, that's not there to try to squeeze the members to maximize that profit, it really can be a good thing, because we've been able to get a lot of these projects off the ground, through various financing mechanisms, private and otherwise. But just finding those things and having knowledge about them is such a key. But a lot of the times those customers they're just not acting because they don't know. They have no idea how to do it, or they can't do it. And you go to them and find creative solutions, whether that's figuring out ways that it's private ownership of these through through purchasing contracts for the energy, or if it's helping them build and turnkey something and then utilize federal or state incentives to make that cost affordable and lines up with that reliable, affordable energy for the members. That is the key, I think, to that. And so we found that good. I mean, but I love the IRA bill. Spent good part of a month wrapping my mind around not only the language in the bill, but the actual tax portions of that what is actually impacted, because you have to kind of go read that. I mean, it's a full-time job just to try to do that. And most rural energy communities, they just don't have those kind of resources. And so you just offer that as a part of it and help them find the economic solution to what seems like an insurmountable problem.
Thank you for that. I think that's really helpful for OCED to hear. William, I'm not sure if you have anything to add to that, because I do have a specific question for you, but if you would like to add to that, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll very briefly touch on that. Recognizing that when we're dealing with these communities, in many cases, we're dealing with communities that have been historically unbanked, or communities where finance, has really played a predatory role. And so just recognizing that, as a part of the legacy makes it really attractive to think about, in my opinion, the capital flows and the deployment vehicles, for these projects. On the deployment vehicles, of course, thinking about local businesses, and want to just quickly say a quote by Professor Muhammad Yunus, who says, business is a very beautiful mechanism to solve problems, but we never use it for that purpose. We only use it to make money. It satisfies our selfish interest, but not our collective interest. And in this moment where we're seeing a real call, a real necessity for, widespread new ways of doing business, thinking about the viability of socio businesses, where meeting a societal need, meeting a community need is priority number one. The generating of profit is number two. I think that is really compelling, in areas that we're talking about today, in both developing those relationships and seeing those outcomes that we want to see. In the capital flow, I think it's really important to highlight some of the existing vehicles like the CDFI networks and the credit unions, especially the ones that are targeted to serve, Black, Indigenous, and Latino communities, highlighting their leadership as a part of project deployment as key partners, is really a crucial piece here, because of course they've been lending, in these areas and have insights, relationships, and networks, that have been decades in the making. I think that even gets back to our stakeholder conversation. How do we really pull together the right people who know the area, who know community needs to the table? It also, brings up some of the work that I've done, of course, around green banks, which have been this really, interesting and creative vehicle that catalyze private investment using a combination of public and philanthropic capital to go into areas, LMI areas that have traditionally fallen through the market gaps, where clean energy, deployments normally are not able to be had. But it also, they accomplish some really cool things as well, like validating new financial models that create new options. When we're working with communities that in many cases don't have quality credit scores, right? How do we look at alternatives to underwriting to make sure that community members in these areas, qualify? When we look and show that expanding access to cheap and clean energy is actually a viable option for people with lower credit scores, and that they are on par in terms of financial reliability, that changes the conversation. When we look at the ability of green banks to allow LMI consumers, in these areas to take advantage of other programs like PACE loans, for affordable housing developments, nonprofits, and other commercial buildings, keeping all of that in mind, I think is really important when we think about some of the financial stakeholders, in this process. So.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for that. And so I do have a specific question for you, William, and that's, we've been talking a lot about environmental justice in this workshop over the last 2 days. And I'm just curious about the environmental justice and the significance of incorporating that into this program. And if you can tell us about some of the best practices that you see around engagement and around environmental justice.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent question, Don. And, I think, including the environmental justice elements, in this work is so critical. It is the result of multi-decades, pushes by community advocates, environmental justice leaders, that we have to honor. As I mentioned, we are the 40th year anniversary, of the 1982 Warren County protests. We're in the middle of that this year. But one of the key reasons that the environmental justice considerations are so crucial is because when we think about the current realities, of these communities that have been unbanked, that have been marginalized, that have been historically disinvested and are now the front lines of climate, these communities have been positioned in such a way because of intentionally bad policy decisions. And I say intentionally bad policy decisions because for years, there have been motivations of economic exclusion or racial segregation that have forced communities, to be now on the front lines and made more vulnerable to this crisis. I know we don't have time to go over the entire history, but you look at the history of redlining, for example. Most of us know that history. We are familiar with the underwriting document and the explicit segregationist policies that it laid out, keeping communities of color and white communities separate, but also barring Black communities of color from home ownership. That manual, however, also made an explicit recommendation that highways would be an effective way to separate these communities. And that had drastic effects in terms of our current environmental crisis, bulldozing entire communities of color, but also placing our nation's channels of commerce in vulnerable areas. And with that placement, polluting industry then came along and for years sought to develop their polluting assets in areas that were near these channels of commerce, but did not have the economic or political power to offer significant resistance, a practice that we still see today. And it actually, was why we saw in in a study that came out in April of this year, that historically redlined communities have 200% times more oil and gas, more of the climate changing fossil fuel infrastructure than non-redline communities. So when we think about those realities and we think about the disproportionate exposures to legacy pollution that comes out of that, when we think about the locking in of entire communities into extractive economies and how we've had this disconnect, right, between extractive workers and this clean economy and how they're not necessarily seeing themselves. When we think about all of these realities that we are facing now and trying to meet in this moment, it cannot be segregated from that history. So that is so important. The other piece of this, looking forward, is that the environmental justice component, the climate justice component, the energy justice component are all critical as the triage that makes up the framework of just transition. And that notion of a just transition has been a point of synergy for community advocates, community activists, people who are looking for local impacts, and those of us who are thinking on a systemic level. So those of us who are thinking about project deployment, those of us who are thinking about, how do we utilize green finance? Those of us who are thinking about, how do we use the incentives in the IRA and policy development to drive this larger transition? We have to recognize that conversation around just transition provides the necessary common ground of conversation that I think we've been waiting for, pushing for, hoping for many years. And so including the environmental justice components as we are thinking about project rollout is key not only to honoring history, but it is key to our future success.
Thank you for that, William. We're in our last 3 minutes, and so I want to ask one final question to the both of you. And that's if you can discuss an example of local co-development of energy and business.
Sure. So I'm gonna actually tout a little bit investor-owned utility in Arkansas, but in the next couple of years, when this next facility comes online, Arkansas is about to become the largest domestic steel producing state in the United States of America. And all that development has been in the Delta region of Mississippi Delta. That's involving, I won't say customer names, but just all the steel manufacturers moving in there. But this renewables were a key component, and having progressive renewable policy in Arkansas is why this is happening. And we are working with some of those steel producers there, which we know the IRA is going to require this. And so, yeah, to me, that's a great example of this kind of co-development of energy and business. You know, these entities, they have massive appetites for renewables. The Delta, which has been a historically, you know, economically depressed, just, you know, all kinds of problems with the Delta. Their economies have struggled for years. Farming has been off and on. They've had to deal with, you know, whether it's the price of soybeans hitting a market that just is puts farmers out of business. So the Delta's always been struggling for quite a bit of time, and this steel production has come in, and with these renewable appetites, it's bringing renewable energy jobs to those areas. It is bringing those factory jobs, which will then bring, you know, domestically made steel that will it's going to get turned around. We know this in the IRA, but it's going to get turned around and turned into renewable components. So we anticipate that the next thing will be that there will be renewable manufacturers will want to come here, because if the steel is here, if the opportunities for large scale facilities, you've got MISO, SPP in this territory, you know, and opportunities for transmission with low price of land in the Delta. I see right now that what's going on in the Delta that we're involved with, I see that as a pretty successful co-development of energy and business, because I do think that end of the day, those are the necessary components to drive this transition and the equity and justice involved with it. And so, you know, it starts at the supply chain level domestically. So I think that's going to be a success. It's not quite all the way finished, and time will tell. You know, but you know, the fact that those manufacturers coming in with significant renewable appetites to try to offset some of that also for those communities, I think is a good thing.
Well, thank you for that response. And I'm sorry, William, that we didn't get a chance for you to offer a response to that question because we are at time. But I do want to thank both of you for joining us today, and to the audience as well. We recognize how valuable your time is. And so we thank you for being part of this session and for your willingness to share your thoughts and your feedback on this provision. I would also like to thank the audience for submitting their questions, and for those questions that we weren't able to get to, I want to encourage you to reach out to OCED. We will provide the email that will be shared. And so with that, this closes out the session on community and economic development perspectives. We will take a 15-minute break and come back together at 2 o'clock Mountain Time. And thank you again.
Hi, everyone. Again, if you can hear me, we'll start in about a minute or two with the last hour of our workshop. Thanks for sticking with us. All right, we'll give about 30 more seconds for people to come back after this last break. Well, welcome back, everyone. And again, just deep appreciations to Don and Michael and William for that last session. I know speaking for myself and given my role as the stakeholder engagement lead for this program, it truly inspired me and really value their time and their learnings and suggestions moving forward. So like I said, we're down to the last hour of our virtual workshop. I hope it's been meaningful to you. And we're going to dive into our second polling session. So I'm going to invite some familiar faces back here. So we'll have Jess and Pete and Jed. So I will ask you all to come and join us and take us away in our second polling session.
Thanks, Courtney. And these next set of questions, I guess before we jump into that, Jess, were you going to do a reminder on how we do this? Do you want to go ahead and lead us off with that, and then we can move on from there?
Absolutely. So I will have everyone hopefully pull back up the existing Poll EV browser that you have, or open up your text chain once again, so that we can get into our last series of polling questions and get your feedback in real time. If you've closed that browser, you haven't participated yet, not a problem. I'll have you open up a new browser on your computer or on your phone and navigate to pollev.com/NREL webinars 303, or text NREL webinars 303 to 22333. I know we have some people here on the phone, so I'll repeat that one more time just in case it's helpful for them. You can always respond to the poll via text by texting NREL webinars 303 to 22333. The first prompt you'll receive is to enter your name. You are welcome to just skip that or hit continue without putting in your name. We, of course, welcome your name as well. But regardless of your response there, just know that your responses in real time that we'll all see together will be entirely anonymous. And otherwise, we're ready to get into it whenever you are, Jed.
All right,
Thanks,
thanks.
Jess.
Thanks. Go ahead, Pete.
Hey, yeah, sorry, my video is not working, but I can definitely still talk. So let's go to our first question, Jess, for everybody. Here we go. I have the necessary authorities to have you all see my face. Lucky you. So our very first question of the second part. Again, this second section is going to really focus on community capacity. And so this first question is really looking like, have you or your organization, successfully applied for or managed funding from DOE in the past, right? So we're really curious about that prior experience. Simple yes, no. And then we're going to ask a couple of follow-on questions sort of in a series here about that experience. Definitely curious sort of who's worked with DOE in the past and who hasn't. Looks like relatively even, Jed, about 50-50 of folks who have and haven't. Few folks not sure about their organization's history, but that's fine.
Yeah, and I think it's good for us to, and for the OCED team to think about, who was identified this morning in terms of participants that were listening in on the webinar. We may not still have everybody that was participating this morning, but if that breakdown still holds, what does that mean in terms of utilities and private developers being represented maybe in a little higher level than local and state governments, municipalities, tribes, other organizations. But yeah, it is looking relatively even nonetheless.
And I think some of the implications of that, right? If a number of folks have not previously engaged with DOE, definitely kind of curious. I think we're going to ask a couple of questions around, why might that have been the case and what are the implications of that for design? So
yep.
This is great. I don't know. What do you think? Another 30 seconds for folks to answer?
Yeah, it seems like it's slowing down.
Okay.
And that's right, Pete. We're going to go to these. The next questions that we're going to go to are thinking about the future ability of organizations to be able to either apply or manage funding from DOE and what kinds of implications that OCED should be thinking about in the future.
All right. I think we've hit critical mass. So yeah, Jess, why don't we move on to the next question?
All right, so as I was just saying, the second one is really, do you think that you or your organization have the capacity and the resources to apply for DOE funding? And I really want to put the emphasis on that word apply, because we're going to have some follow-ups here about the next step of, if you're saying no, why don't you think you could apply for it? But then the follow-on question will be about, if you were successful in applying, would you have the resources to manage and then potentially report on that funding? So we're separating this out. This first question is just about the application process. So think about it from that perspective.
At least so far, it's good to see an overwhelming perspective that folks think they are capable of doing it. That's great. I think we had about 60 responses on the last one, something like that.
Yep. Yeah, it seems like we're about there. And these questions may go quite a bit faster than the first set of questions earlier in the day. These are relatively simpler. All right, Jess, what do you think about moving us on to the next one? So if you were, the majority of folks did respond, yes, they thought they would have the capacity to apply. But if you were in the group that was saying no, or you're not sure if you would have the capacity to apply, we want to understand why. And so there's, it might be some of these answers that are here, or there could be other answers. So go ahead and select any of those things that would apply to you if you think that you would not have had the capacity or the resources to apply for funding from DOE. Is that making sense the way I explained that, Pete?
Yeah. Yep. Although I do wonder, given how few people said no, I guess I'm not overly surprised that we don't have anybody yet responding to this one.
Right.
All right, well, give it another 10 seconds or so, see if we get any responses from folks. If not, we can just move on. Yeah, why don't we move on, Jess, okay? Okay, so this next one, like Jed was talking about, this next question is all about your ability to manage and report on the funding that you might get from DOE. So again, pretty simple yes, no, not sure approach.
And I would note there were a few folks that responded in the Q&A that they were having some trouble on that last one, not being able to submit. So that might have been a challenge there.
Jess, while we're getting questions, while folks are looking at this one, is there a way to just double check? Maybe we could go back and go back to the previous question. We're done with this one because I think that's a pretty important one for the folks at OCED to understand. You know, what are the risks and concerns that folks have with the opportunity to just apply?
And it looks like we may have just had a PowerPoint issue there. So I'm going to share a different screen with those responses. Looks like we had quite a few actually. So 1 second.
Ah, okay. So folks, let's see. Ah, there we go. Okay. Oh, great, great. So, I mean, we did end up getting 54 responses. So great. Even folks that said yes, it seems like definitely, you know, sort of put themselves in the shoes of, well, if I wasn't able to, what would be the things that would, you know, give me pause, give me concern. So this is really helpful.
That's great.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we hit like 64, 65. This is about what we've been seeing. So,
Yeah.
so pretty, you know, challenges in the complexity and, you know, I mean, both of these to some degree sort of come down to staffing capacity and staffing capability. And I mean, writing an application is not easy, and just the complexity of the applications and the requirements certainly can be, at least the perception could certainly be one that they're overwhelming. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other observations, Jed?
No, I
Based
think
on
we
your
can
background.
probably move on. Yeah, the same
Okay.
type of capacity there.
Great. All right.
And
So
we'll revert back to our next question.
great. And I think in the yeah, on the online and polling itself. Yeah, perfect. I'm seeing it refresh. So if folks haven't had a chance to answer this one yet, please go ahead and do so. But again, it looks like we've been getting around 62, 65 folks to respond. We're at 57 here. So overwhelmingly, again, yes, people feel like they do have the ability to sort of manage and report and meet the expectations of DOE. So that's good. All right. Yeah. Why don't we move on to the next one then, Jess? And so this is a similar type of, you know, question as the last one, that if for some reason you said no, you didn't think you'd be able to, or you have any of these types of concerns, even if you are, you know, think you might have the ability, I think this is, again, worth sort of answering these, even if you're kind of unsure. But if any of these types of reasons apply, any of these concerns apply, sort of, when it comes to managing and reporting on funding to DOE, I think it's worth noting that. Oh, good. PowerPoint is, slide deck is keeping pace this time. Technology is working. Again, complexity and staffing seem to be big, but the reporting requirements also. And that, to some degree, I think also comes from a staffing standpoint, right? You have the staffing to meet those reporting requirements, collect the data, submit it, synthesize it.
And of course, we don't know exactly what that's going to look like at this point.
Right. But it's certainly good for the folks at OCED to know that, you know, unknown is potentially a concern to folks.
Right.
Oh. Great. All right.
Think we're about ready to move on, Pete. It looks like about the same level of response.
Yep. Yep.
All right, so this we're going to go back to the match question again, which has come up in the panel that I was leading, and then earlier in the day yesterday. So the preamble here is that the DOE funding programs typically require 50% cost match to be provided from non-federal funds. So thinking about the projects that you're interested in seeing this program be able to support, what percentage of state or local funding do you think that you could secure as match? And Pete, I would note when we were in Golden at the workshop there, we heard from a number of more municipal participants that 20 to 25% match was what they felt like they could do. There was
Right.
other folks that we heard from that indicated that match was just a really significant burden and a significant barrier.
Yep. I mean, when you consider that basically 50% of the respondents said they can provide about 20% or less, right? There definitely seems to be that kind of overwhelming sense of challenge of, providing a sizable cost match. Okay.
Looks
Yeah.
like things are slowing down, so we could probably move on to the next one.
Right. So again, following on to the prior question about cost match. So in this case, if state or local funds had to be secured to provide that cost match, well, how long do you think it would take to get those funds? Again, whether it's 5%, 10%, 20%, 50%, sort of thinking about it, where the size of it is not nearly as important as just sort of how long it might take to get it. Now, recognize there might be some connections between those two, but nonetheless, what's that time horizon look like? And this helps set some expectations around the contracting period for these things.
I was starting to speak to this morning, but my own experience trying to support irrigation districts in Oregon when they were looking for cost match to meet other grant requirements, it could be a real challenge where sometimes there was a funding program they wanted to go after, but it was also only open once or maybe twice a year if they were lucky, and then it might take 6 to 9 to 12 months to review and contract if you were successful in applying for that funding. So there could be a very significant delay in trying to make everything line up.
That's really good to know. All right, this also seems like it's slowing down. I mean, 1 year or less, sort of in the, 40, 42%, anything more, 1 to 2 years, 30% of folks. And more than 2 years, 5%. Okay.
All right.
What do you think? Moving on, Jed?
I think we can move on.
Okay.
So now we're going to shift gears a little bit, thinking more about that kind of community involvement, especially that was discussed kind of in the last panel. So thinking here about projects to be successful in rural or remote communities, what kinds of entities need to be involved? Certainly in my experience, there's a large amount of different entities that are often involved in projects. So I'm curious to see how this is reflected with others' experiences.
Horse out in front is definitely the utility. Makes a lot of sense. And then developers and local governments. It's being the top three. That's pretty self-evident, but I mean, still, state governments, community organizations, right? Even professional services. Good to see all of these reflected.
Yeah, if you think about the governments maybe being stacked on top of each other, that's a significant chunk to think about from a permitting perspective.
Right. Ah, 3% down in the Research Institute, near and dear to my heart as a lab researcher. All right, it's another one that seems to be winding down.
Yeah, it looks like we can probably move on. And I'm just noting, I think these are, like I expected, these questions I think are a fair bit easier than that first set. So I'm guessing we're going to end up wrapping up a bit earlier than the agenda might have budgeted.
And I'm sure no one will lament that, right?
Probably not. Well, this is a super easy one. So thinking back to that previous slide, are you currently working with those entities to initiate or advance projects? So it's pretty self-explanatory. Where we're going to go from here, just as a preview, is what do you need to work with these entities and to establish relationships? That's going to be the preview for the next question. Looks like most folks are definitely in that space of trying to do that work already.
Yep. It's great. Having those pre-existing relationships is, I'm sure, going to be very helpful. Yeah, do you want to head to the,
Yeah, I think we can.
what do you need?
All right, so this is going to be another one of those word cloud answers where try to use less than 5 words if you can. But what do you need to establish relationships with folks that need to be a part of your projects? So again, thinking really about what this program might be able to do to support you. What do you need to establish those relationships?
And again, as we talked about with the prior word clouds, and it seems like folks are doing a pretty good job of, is keeping, the number of words pretty sparse. And as you see, words come up that resonate with you, certainly feel free to add those to your response.
I appreciate that introductions is one of the pieces there.
Mm-hmm. Trust, we heard that a lot today, especially on your panel, and especially I think on both panels, really.
Information clearinghouses, guidance and support.
Yeah.
So that's something that we've talked about in terms of potential tools or workshops, trainings, guidebooks to help folks in this kind of environment.
Yep. Communication. Yeah.
Still a lot of focus on funding.
Yep.
Not a surprise there.
Right.
And time. That certainly matches my experience in doing community work, and that goes right into the trust piece. It takes a lot of time to build that trust.
Yeah, a lot of the pieces you just talked about actually are going to feed nicely into the next set of questions. This issue of engagement and, developing connections and being able to communicate and understand, needs. So seems like we're still getting a few more answers to this one. So we'll give this one maybe another 30 seconds or a minute.
Sounds good.
All right. All right. Seems like we're just about slowing down. So yeah. This is great. Okay, yeah. So why don't we move to the next one that, like I said, is and you mentioned, I mean, Courtney, I believe Courtney mentioned and introduced herself sort of as one of the people at OCED sort of focusing on stakeholder engagement, if I remember correctly. And so this is a key issue with OCED, an understanding of, that stakeholder engagement is going to be important. Looks like the slides got moved forward. There we go. Perfect. And so, yeah, this question is all about, what types of outreach mechanisms are going to be the best to engage with stakeholders in order to get the kinds of information for program design and execution. Obviously, we're doing an RFI. We've done this and some other workshops, but there's lots of other ways in which, we can engage folks to get the kind of needed information on the design execution.
And I just note this is another one of those questions where we're going to have a follow-up to this for all the things that we're not thinking of. If there's stuff we're missing, you'll be able to fill in that as a word cloud in the next question.
Site visits and partnering with intermediary associations and in-person events. Online events too. Those are the big ones to focus on. Okay.
That resonates with me, and it's really hard to, for me at least, to think about doing stakeholder work without being able to be in person and see project sites and have that on the ground experience with people to be able to relate to.
Well, and just being able to have those off-board conversations, I'm guessing, and again, going back to the previous word cloud with trust, right? It's a lot harder. I mean, online events are great. I'm sure you all love seeing mine and Jed and Jess's and everybody else's faces up here. But yeah, there's nothing like being able to talk to people about what's on your mind. All right. Yeah, why don't we follow this one up then with what do we miss? So if we can go to the next one. So yeah, let us know what wasn't on that list that you'd love for the folks at OCED to consider.
Like the other word clouds that Pete's mentioned in the past, this is a time to repeat things if they resonate with you, so that they show up bigger in that word cloud.
Case studies, examples, yeah. Information sharing. Peer-to-peer connections. I could see that being really valuable.
I've been waiting to see if potlucks was going to show up, because I remember that got mentioned at the Golden workshop.
Man, sign me up for that. That would be great.
There it is. Thanks, somebody.
Nothing like planting seeds, Jed. Lots of great ideas.
Lots of focus on case studies. And again, that is definitely something that resonates with me, thinking about my past experiences, being able to tour people at places where a project has happened and where it worked, where it was successful, so that they could see what it looked like, hear from folks what worked on the ground, what the outcomes were, what the benefits were, what impacts there were, if there were impact. Hard to beat that.
I also think we shouldn't shy away from case studies that were an abject failure. I mean, nobody want, or not an abject failure, but just case studies and things that didn't work, right? I mean, I definitely tell my kids, like, I don't care if you get a bad grade on a test, I want you to learn from it. And, hiding the things that didn't work, I think is just as, is just as bad as not touting the things that did. So, being able to be open and honest about, yeah, this stuff didn't work. We did this and we definitely learned our lesson, and definitely want others to, potentially avoid the same pitfall. Nobody wants to be held up as a poster child for that. I certainly understand that.
Couldn't agree more. And really where I think about that a lot is in the development process itself, learning what went wrong with other folks as they were trying to support projects, and being able to grow from that and help others to avoid those pitfalls, like you said.
All right, I think we've hit a critical mass on this one. This is all great information. All right, so let's move to.
I think that's it. I think we're
That's
going to
it.
wrap up here. Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you both. Thanks, Jed. Thanks, Pete. And thanks, Jess, for all your help in coordinating these polls. I really love the last two questions, specific, to my work. So there were some great suggestions in there. I will say that I really hope that the time today was valuable, both yesterday and today, in your learning and thinking through your own projects or potential projects. For us, I know the feedback was certainly helpful and very informative, and we have a lot of work to do now going into the design phase. As we highlighted yesterday, these workshops were both done in person and virtual and meant for this learning phase. And I know we keep saying it, so please don't get annoyed with me again, but please consider submitting responses to our RFI. It's just really valuable for us to really understand your experience and really glean even more details than you've shared with us here today. As we learn more on our end, on the OCED side, we will certainly share information. If we have TA, technical assistance opportunities, if we have templates, it was suggested yesterday, what are some templates for the community benefits plans? If we have examples, also, there's a tremendous amount of federal programming funding right now. And so if there's alignment to some other funding opportunities, we want to be able to share that with you too. We want to be proactive in this engagement and communication, and also invite this as a two-way feedback loop. I really love the intention on sharing case studies and information that could inform your communities, your thinking, and your concepts. I didn't really go into my background, but for the past year, I've been working over at the U.S. Department of Commerce as the coal communities lead at the Economic Development Administration. And going around the country for a year and having these conversations, it was similar in what was needed most was information, what was a sense of possible. And like Michael said so very well on the panel, it's access to knowledge and information. So I hope to work with you all, think about ways to better share that information, and really create a platform that could be useful. So there's a significant role here for us to play. Engagement is critical to the success of these programs, and we know that at all phases: design, application, award, implementation. And at OCED, we do have a team of individuals working on just that. So you've met me, you've heard from me the last 2 A's. But I did want to invite my colleague, Brian, who also was involved on our team in the engagement office, to hop on and just briefly introduce himself. And also, Brian, tell us kind of what you're learning, what you're hearing in the field, and what's the best way to engage with you.
Thanks for that, Courtney. And thanks for tuning in today. I was actually watching the whole time in the background, and this was a great session today. Some really good conversations. So I was very happy to sit here and take on so much from our panel and fellow DOE and lab experts. So my name is Brian O'Donoghue. I'm the tribal liaison for OCED, and it's my responsibility to make sure that DOE and OCED is living by its obligations under the Federal Order 144.1, that's DOE's tribal policy, and not to mention all the other various statutes and rules to make sure that DOE and OCED is engaging with the tribes in a manner that's respectful to its obligations under the tribal trust responsibility. So I'm delighted to see there were many tribal people here today and many people working across all the reservations and Indian country across the United States. So that was great today to see. But in terms of getting hold of me, my name, like I said, is Brian O'Donoghue. I can drop my email in the in the chat there so everybody can get it. Reach out at any point, drop me a line. I'm always here, happy to talk and support all of these great provisions and programs across the department. So thanks, Courtney, for giving me this chance to hop on, and I'll hand it back.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. I always think it's important just to see some faces. So if you hear from us, you can put a face to a name here. Certainly appreciate all your work, and I know we'll be working closely on our outreach. So as a next step, everyone, we will send an email in the coming week with more resources, including the link to the RFI, our emails, our general inbox, and also hopefully the recording of the last 2 days as well. I did want to point you all, because we haven't talked about this yet, but this last link here, the shortened linked, it's one resource that recently was put out by a DOE lab to support this program. This is a geospatial platform to assist the public to understand characteristics of rural America, both from an energy infrastructure basis and also a socioeconomic basis, including social equity and environmental justice consideration. So it's a great kind of utilization of GIS data that overlays some of these variables on top of each other. You can use the tool to gain background in these areas for specific places, towns, small cities, unincorporated areas that most likely would be covered in this energy improvement in rural or remote areas program. So this is the link to the tool itself, but we are working right now on recording a demo on how to use the tool, and we'll post that online. I know, speaking for myself, those demos are always very helpful, so I can kind of know what I'm doing and know what I'm looking for. So in the email, if it's not in this first email that comes to you soon with the RFI link, and again, some of our emails, I will follow up with you all and make sure you have access to that tool as well and have access to that demo. As we close out, again, I just wanted to provide deep appreciation for all of you joining the last 2 days and for the work that you do in your communities. We know in rural and remote areas, many of you here today might be wearing 2 to 3 hats in your day-to-day jobs. So taking this time means a lot to us. Also, to all the OCED team members, the lab staff, panelists, and more who contributed to the design of this workshop, thank you so much. It was a really great team effort, and syncing ideas throughout the last couple of weeks on how we were going to do this, I think turned out really well. So I always appreciate the hard work and the teamwork that goes in to these things. So thank you as well for your time. With that, we'll say goodbye for now. You get some time back in your day. And again, we will be in touch with more details. Have a great week.